Yo, how's it going, everyone? What up? Yo, how's it going, everyone?
Everybody everywhere.
Wait, I knew something was gonna break. Why is that
Bro.
broken? Oh, there we go. Still remain on top. All right. No.
All right.
So you have to actually remain on top. I didn't anticipate that. Okay, but that's fine. We can
You should
make.
be able to just click my cam and it'll stay.
Uh,
Click the little down arrow to hide who's in the call.
oh, it wasn't that. It was as soon as I put you into the background, it disappears.
Oh.
So we will make it work. Has to be a way to pin. How's it going, everyone? Way of the Games, Cesano, Jesse B, Dark Vortex. Nope, not that. What if I did it as a pop out? Then I could pin it.
It should work.
Because as soon as I click on this, oh, you're still there, so that's good enough. That worked. All right.
Okay then.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome to another stream. We are starting very late today. I've had a tumultuous week. Lots going on. For those in my Discord that know, this week has been pretty meddling, but we have managed to find some time to get on live. And there's a lot to actually get through today because lots of talking points. Fanboy still looking for those illustrious showcase that probably never will come. Lots of Starfield news. Lots of ponies being absolutely pretty stupid. So there's a lot going on right now. But first of all, I want to introduce Power Boss. He does actually stream and do other stuff. So Power Boss, do introduce yourself, tag your channel, let them know where they can find you, and yeah, say all that good stuff because
Yeah, I stream on Twitch primarily. I do have a YouTube that I upload to afterwards. I don't live stream on Twitch or on YouTube, but I do have everything more or less on YouTube uh, directly ported over from my Twitch. I don't do any cuts or editing or anything like that. I can, I just don't. I do live gameplay of mostly like walkthroughs for games, older games that anything my PC can run and capture. I do Pokemon Nuzlocke and have some fun with that. I do modded Minecraft tutorials for specific mod packs. I do play some newer games. I'm currently playing Sea of Stars, Hi-Fi Rush, Starfield. So I am enjoying those games, and yeah, I've currently gotten into involvement with the salt miners. You may know a few of them. Oh no, it's Alex. His newly appointed editor, Oh no, Alex Streams, Josh, who's been putting out some pretty good edited videos of Alex. Minxie1 for Tanga Plays and so forth. The Iron Lords, of course, big Xbox heads. Sadly to say, I have followed Reforge for a little while just before Starfield's release, but I've quickly learned, yeah, not to, um, for various reasons. Um, I don't have any hate towards anybody, be it PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Nintendo Switch. I game on everything, just like Chaos here does. I love different platforms for different reasons. There is a game for everyone on every system. Uh, I am more Xbox leaning these days. There are some favorites like the Final Fantasy franchise on PlayStation that I enjoy, but the last couple years, especially with the PS5, there just hasn't been very many games catching my attention for the PlayStation. Xbox has the games this year and last year, so I like to embed myself, I guess you could say, anywhere I can. Chaos, On Point for Gamers. Oh no, it's Alex. Uh, Anywhere that does gaming content, because I like to collect the information so that I can make sure that everybody has the information. I don't hide anything. I try not to send any misinformation. I will always fact check, Google search, and verify whatever it is I am saying. If it's a rumor, I will say it's a rumor. That's it.
You
Mhm.
almost gave Judge a run for his money.
Who?
Christopher Judge.
Oh,
I'm only joking.
I know.
All right,
Don't get me
Devastator.
wrong. My wife loves Christopher Judge.
Yeah, it's just his speech was a little bit too long, right? I thought he was going to
Yeah.
pretty much start thanking his ancestors and stuff at that point.
At least it wasn't as bad as last year. Well, the year before, I should say.
Devastator, yes, that is the case. So let's switch over to the actual news. And as you can see here, Bethesda Game Studios. Other fixes and improvements include Sundusk geometry, planet ring shadows. Right, let's go back to this. Next week on January 17, we'll be putting our biggest Starfield game update yet into Steam Beta. I kind of wish there was a beta for Game Pass, so I guess so Game Pass users won't be able to use it for a while. With over 100 fixes and improvements, with a planned release date for all players 2 weeks later. So it's not too bad. Here's some of what you can expect. Is there going to be anything inside here? This update contains a multitude of fixes to quests, because apparently there's some quests that are broken. I haven't encountered any yet personally, but I do know people that have.
Hmm. I've seen a few of them.
Yeah. I know they exist. Eye of the Storm issue, such as being unable to dock with the legacy or data transfer not starting, the temples not showing up into the unknown, will no longer prevent Constellation from exploring Cosmos. Additionally, this update brings stability improvements and numerous graphic improvements ranging from additional widescreen support to improved textures. And as we can see here, that is, I'm guessing that might be a before, that's an after.
Yeah, it looks like they updated
Lighting,
the
shadows.
lighting on the character creator screen so that you can better see the features that you're editing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see over here, it just looks, because of the lighting, it looks just a little bit more realistic as opposed to what you're
Yes.
seeing here, you know? And it just gives it that overall tone. I mean, lighting is really important. If you haven't seen the mod for Cyberpunk yet, the one that all they did was add a a lighting mod to the game, and it just changed the complete dynamic of how it looks. It's insane. We'll play it later if you guys want to have a look at it, but yeah, it looks phenomenal. Other fixes and improvements include sun disk geometry, planet ring shadows, bulldozed objects reappearing when returning to an outpost, ship hatches marked inaccessible, and other fix for asteroids following ships. The full update notes will be posted next week when the Steam beta is released. Now, personally, I'm super excited. When that patch notes come out, I will do a complete rundown of it and go through everything. So do look out for that video when it's available. But, of course, you've got a bunch of ponies down here. Can't wait for this game to come out on PS5! I just want Aaron Greenberg to come out and just bitch slap them and let them know that it's not coming. Hey, Sanchezmtz Gaming, how are you doing, buddy? Stephen Avery? Not surprising, you kind of had to get the version as a modder. Yeah. Again, everyone that's joining the channel new, apologies for starting late today. I've just had a very, very horrible week this week. As some of you know, today was the deadline for my evacuation of my property. Call it what you want. So we're currently in limbo at the moment, but everything's okay. I am fine. Family's good. It's going to be a longer process than they let on, so we're okay for now. But it's just been really stressful, and I've had almost no sleep in 48 hours. So hence I started a little late today because I fell asleep.
That's why I'm here to help them.
So I do apologize for the late start, but we do have lots of good news, and happy Friday to you, Stephanie. TheChaosLounge, wait till mod support drops. The sales will likely increase. Mods are going to be great. I mean, one of the mods that I really like currently in Starfield is the faster than light mod, where it actually makes you fly faster. But I'm really hoping that the February update for Starfield actually brings warp drives, proper warp drives that you can actually use rather than have to level. Don't get me wrong, no one wants to sit there watching space for 2 hours, but you know, if it's like a 30-second travel from one point to the other, it gives you enough time to go get a cup of tea, right?
Now, Banaya, I think that's how you pronounce your name.
Yep.
Mod support will come to Game Pass.
It's already done.
Well, no. The mod support for Game Pass console.
Oh, console. Okay.
And Game Pass PC are both going to be at a later date because
you can mod the PC version.
You can mod the Steam version.
No, the PC Game Pass version.
But there's a lot less mods out for it right now. But that's because the creation kit development for modders is not going to get released until Shattered Space comes out in February as well, which I'm assuming is the 2 weeks date after these updates are supposed to be planned to drop.
Okay, let me capture this screen real quick, because a lot of I've seen a lot of people online actually not aware that the Game Pass PC version can be modded, and it's a little weird because I remember also releasing a video on this not too long after the launch because a lot of people just wasn't aware. So just give me a sec.
Creation Kit 2 Susano hasn't released yet. That's not releasing until the Shattered Space DLC drops. It's supposed to be the same day.
All right. So as you can see on this screen right here, I've got all my Xbox games installed on my E drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you go into Starfield. Normally, this would be where your content goes for your mods, because that's where it would tell you to put it in Steam. For Xbox, you need to put it inside the content folder. So that's the only difference. And otherwise, you've got, as you can see here, plugins, Starfield Achievement Enabler, mods, you know, Starfield Upscaler, and you know, everything is here. You've even got, I've got the DSS mod down here. I've got the Star UI mod, which is somewhere in here. As you can, where is it? Is it here? No. Is it here? Yeah, there you go. Bartender menu, container, Star UI. It all works. Everything works. There's very few mods that don't work because those are the ones that require the script. But the majority of them, You just need to put it inside this content folder, and then the mods itself will work. Because
Okay.
that's how I've been. That's because originally, like you say, it wouldn't have worked, but they found a workaround for Game Pass quite early on, and
Okay.
this is how it works. So if you're running the Game Pass version, you can use mods. I mean, I can't imagine playing with without Star UI. That
I've been
is
playing
insane.
personally on Game Pass on my console, but I also own the game additionally, but my computer isn't powerful enough to actually run Starfield, but I have a very old PC, so I haven't been able to try the mods yet.
And this is the only bad thing about a GeForce Now. You can't mod it. Otherwise,
Mm,
GeForce Now would have been perfect. Because it basically, you're just streaming the content, right? And it gives you a 4080 experience.
yeah, Devastator and Brandon, the DLC, even before launch, was stating that it was going to be in February. They didn't give an exact day in February. Um, but judging from this post, I'm assuming, now this is just me, projecting, that in the 2 weeks after all the PC bug fixes and improvements come, within the next week is when we're supposed to get the DLC, which will put us in like the first week of February.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right.
And they did say that the mod support is going to be launched, Creation Kit 2, with the DLC for Shattered Space.
At least that's their hope.
Yeah, assuming nothing changes. It can always change.
Sanchez says this time slot is perfect for me. Just getting off work. Awesome stuff. Creation Kit 2 hasn't released so far, as I can tell. Stunner, that is correct, and I think Power just answered that. I have Game Pass Ultimate. Been playing on the new PC. Awesome stuff. It's also a pain to mod Windows Store games without support for it. Like I said, if you've seen what I just posted there, it's really simple and it works just fine. You can even have on Nexus, they actually have a tool that actually creates the ini file for you, and that actually you can get that and put it into where you want to put it into in the actual location, and that also works just fine as well. So honestly, it's really not. But in the event that you want to make it yourself, you just copy and paste what you want, the information on Nexus, and just paste it in. It might just require one extra step, but honestly, it's not that big of a hindrance, honestly. But yeah, with the Steam one, you've actually got a tool that pretty much integrates it straight in, and you do nothing. Here, you just have to do one manual step, which I think is fine. It didn't stop me.
Oh yeah.
So DLC and mod same day. That is the plan. You think the DLC will come out? Yep, we've just answered that. You don't need Game Pass Ultimate if you have a PC. Just get the PC Game Pass. That's correct.
That is true,
But
yes.
if you've got an Xbox and a PC and you want to play on Xbox as well, and don't forget there are quite a lot of games on Xbox that are not on PC. Sure, the first party games are there, but it's the third party games that are on console that are not on PC. So if that's another reason why people have an Xbox. The other issue is the community tools, if I remember correctly, aren't supporting the Windows version. Only the script enabler doesn't support the Windows version because of a certain file that it needs to access, and it can't access it. It's actually written somewhere else, and the person that wrote the script enabler just said no, he's not going to do it, and that's fair enough, But once the creation kit comes out, it's going to be open season for everything. I play on console as well. The PC Starfield works for me with Nexus mods. Yep. Sorry, I'm talking weird at the moment. Working off memory. No. That's fine. That's fine. I'd rather, you put it out there, and then, if it is possible, then we can answer it, and then people are aware. Like right now, people didn't know that you could mod this Windows version. Now they do. So no point is a silly point. Unless it's Xbox bad, PlayStation good, then you know,
And of course, Sanchez is saying that he's using the inventory UI, Star UI,
Star
I'm
UI is
assuming, and
beautiful.
the sexy jeans for Sarah.
But seriously, once you go Star UI, it changes your life. The way you play Starfield changes because it is so good. You can actually see which weapons actually do the most damage over time, damage per second, overall burst damage. It's got everything that you could want. Like, it's so good. Like,
Yeah, I've
when I
seen
go
it.
back to the
I'm very
Xbox
excited to
version, it's
try it.
like, no, please mod support come out. It's like my kids right now. They're playing what is it? Lethal Company, and
Oh, it looks so fun. I want to get it.
compared to what they're actually using right now, there is nothing. I mean, I think about 80% of their game is now modded, and they just continuously mod and add mod support, just adding weapons and all this. And I mean, this is what makes it so good. And you know, my video tomorrow is talking about Capcom and their stupidity, followed by what they did. Later that evening, I've got a react video for Capcom's monstrosity that is the collaboration between Spy X Family and Street Fighter 6, and then they wonder why people want to mod the game.
Yep.
You can edit the
And
memory,
find out a
anything
little bit.
that's loaded like any other game on PC. Yep. But I do need to try that sexy jeans for Sarah. So Sanchez, nice one for that one. Starfield is going to keep it. It will improve over time, and as we can see here, and this is, you know, off stream, I was telling Power how when I was looking at this stuff here and what they're improving, the question I asked him, which I guess is a difficult one to answer, would it have been better to hold it back for a few months and had all of this fixed, ready, improved, and then come out?
And my answer, just so y'all know, was some of these they can only fix so many because, you know, obviously the passion project of the devs, they're going to play the game how it was meant to be played. They're not going to try to go out and break things and look for bugs. And even some of the ones that just naturally occur, it's not going to occur 100%, so they're easy to miss. So releasing it when they did is probably still the best idea because then you get more eyes looking at the game to get those corrections. The only difference is how long those corrections take to come out.
Stephanie,
And
with
I think
that,
that's
don't
the
forget to
important.
hit that like button. You heard Stephanie.
Yes.
So we've got Nicola here. Our good old friend Nicola. You know, I should follow him at some point. Should I grace him with a follow? Not yet. He hasn't earned it yet. So we've seen this screen over here, right? This is a pretty cool screen. And as you can see, Starfield is number 3 top sold on Steam, despite being free on Game Pass and available on Xbox Series consoles and Xbox PC. Xbox proves that putting games on Game Pass does not cannibalize sales. 2024, we got to see ABK added to the suite. Now, the only thing I'll say to this is, as long as the game is good, it will sell. Forza, on the other hand, had a bit of a mishap. But we can see here, like, I think the most impressive one out of all of these, Starfield is really impressive considering it was available for free. And it is still the 3rd highest grossing revenue for the game. Considering Hogwarts sold, you know, a ridiculous amount and still managed to get 2nd. I mean, could you imagine if Starfield wasn't free? It probably would have been 2nd or 1st, right? But I think
The
this one
only reason
here is
why,
probably the most impressive one.
the only reason why I would say Baldur's Gate 3 is so far ahead is because don't forget that game was also in early access for like what 2-3 years.
Are they counting
And
early access though?
yes,
Okay, well then that's a little unfair.
But
Because
they
then that
also
because you
don't
can't say
share
this
with Larian
2023 though.
Studios. But Larian Studios also does not state how much they sell digitally.
Yeah, but like
And
if
it's not
if you're
on Game
saying
Pass.
2023, it can't count anything outside of 2023. So that's why I'm saying this has to be just the numbers released. But even then, if it's 2023, it's looking at things from January to September as well, right? So early access is a bit thing. But don't forget,
Well, it
right?
did release this year.
But
It
even then,
officially released.
if we're looking at it from like January because it was in early access, it's
Still an impressive number.
It's had 3/4 of a year advantage over Starfield, and it's done 3/4 more. So it's only done 2/3 more.
Yep, absolutely.
So I think Starfield done relatively well. The biggest surprise that I don't see anyone talking about is this one over here. This game is £8 compared to the £60-70 for these. This is £8, and it made it into the top 10. I don't know how much Sons of the Forest is, but the fact that this made it in, that just tells you the volumes that it sold. Mm-hmm. And Nicola's trying to downplay this by saying it's been cannibalized, but this also doesn't include any of the people that subscribe to Game Pass to play Starfield. So, or the Xbox sales either.
I would also like to point out that a lot of people absolutely love Lethal Company strictly because it has the chicken dance and the funniest ways to die, hands down.
Oh, I know. Sanchez, you are absolutely right. You still have to pay your subscription fee. But if you play 2 AAA games, I mean, essentially, you've paid for your subscription and then everything is free. How good the service is amazing. But you know how people constantly complain about subscription services? They complain about that a lot, right? We've seen it tons of times. And yet Nintendo just announced this. And everyone is going mental about it being digitally available on a subscription. Mm-hmm. So why is it that that's a problem being on a subscription via Game Pass? But when they release this in a subscription service, everyone loses their mind.
Which is a brand new IP at that nobody's ever played before. I actually still have my original cartridge for Golden Sun somewhere.
It's like leeching. Microsoft Rewards is probably the easiest program to get in for that. It's a shame they nuked that quite a bit, but I understand why they nuked it anyway. Mm-hmm. I mean, people were getting pretty much Game Pass for free at this point. Diablo, you got for 3 years. Damn, son. Team November, my approach is for games I'll play for a long time, it's better to buy. That was the calculation I made with Starfield. Dude, that's the best thing, right? If you want to buy it, you've got the choice. If you are happy to play it via subscription service, you've got the choice. But the best part of all this is that if you want to buy it, but you don't want to buy it right now, you can wait till it goes on sale in physical form or digital form, and then buy it. You've got so many options. There's no situation where the only way you can play it is by paying $70 or £70. The fact that you've got the option is what makes it so good. Forza Horizon 5 did good numbers as well. Forza Horizon did really well, but Forza Horizon was actually a really good game. It was a complete game when it launched. Obviously, it had the DLC that was coming along, but that was always going to happen, right? It's a racing game. They're going to push those cars, but I just felt Forza Motorsport was a little bit lacking in content at launch. I know it's a live service, but I don't feel that gives it reason.
Gran Turismo 7.
I mean, Gran Turismo 7 was bad as well at launch. But, I'll let the ponies cry about their games. If they don't want to demand better, for their games and they're willing to accept trash, that's fine. But as, someone who, since the original Xbox One, I've always had a stronger affinity to Xbox. I will always want better. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Do the daily tasks, takes like 2-3 minutes, and the rest is points from going if you're game enough. Yeah. Except I'm so lazy, I can't even do my dailies in my gacha games. I get my kids to do it, and even they're getting bored of it.
Not enough time in the day.
Oh, it's more of a case of once you've got them to do it once, they can do it forever.
Yeah.
It's like, hey son, yeah, you gonna do this? No, you want a roof over your head, right? Okay. That's a joke, by the way. Don't cancel me. Unless you would totally agree, then we're on the same page. It's actually awesome how much of a brand new IP is sold. Yeah, that's the thing. Starfield being a brand new IP is, and I think eventually when they look, I really hope that they do consider Starfield 2, in 10 years' time or 15 years' time, but we'll see. But I would like to see a Starfield, maybe MMO Lite where you can co-op. I think that would be the next step up for Starfield. Microsoft not making money with reward points. They are losing money. Sorry?
I said, don't you know that's what Concord is supposed to be?
Like, no one knows what Concord is supposed to be other than some funky retro Tron wannabe.
I mean, they have a generic description of it being a space multiplayer something or other, but we don't know if it's a survival. We don't know if it's a
but that's
adventure.
The point. That's the point. We don't know anything about it, because
all we know is the twerking hamburger.
Microsoft not making money with reward points. They are losing money. They're losing money all the time with that. But the whole purpose of that reward points is Microsoft trying to get people to use the Edge browser over Chrome. And honestly, I think Edge browser is superior to Chrome in almost every way. Even though it does use Chromium, I just feel it's less bloated. It handles garbage data a lot better. It actually wipes garbage data, unlike Chrome. So it's a lot more stable. So, and, fast. So to me, it actually is a better browser. But the whole point of that point system with the browser stuff is to get people to use it. And what's happening is people are going there, getting the points and leaving. So if their statistics show that there's not an uptake in their browser usage and people are only doing it for that, and that was their, ultimate aim to get people to use it, they're gonna nerf it, right? If they're not seeing the gain that they want from it.
Welcome in, Leaf Stormblaze and Edward Lafferty.
Welcome. You pay for the sub. The game is free. Not accurate, but how many see it? So the way I see it, Edward, and welcome to the stream, by the way, is I pay £132 for my sub. After I've played 2 games that are AAA, or, maybe 5 indie games or whatever, the value that comes to the cost of that £130 or more. After that point, everything is free. That's the way I see it, because I've already paid for the sub. Anything that comes after that point for me is something that I'm technically not paying for. But the way that the ponies see it, everything is welfare pass and the whole thing is free, but it's not. You're still paying £130 odd. And the average person today only buys about 4 games a year, right? Unless you're a COD and Fortnite player, then you probably don't even do that. You spend most of it on microtransactions. So it doesn't really hold up. From those people that are only paying enough that buy maybe 2 or 3 games, Microsoft is actually almost on par with what they're getting with the subscription service, and it's sustained revenue. So it's good. Doubt it. They're serving up ads, boosting their metrics. There's a lot of ways to make money off of programs like that. There is. And the worst one I hate about Edge is when they keep on prompting up hey, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Why not make this your permanent browser? It's like, if I want to do it, I will do it. Don't keep telling me to do stuff I don't want. Otherwise, I'll stop using it. It's really, especially with Windows 11, it's a big problem at the moment. They constantly ping you to tell you, do you know about this? And you're just like, you're starting to become like IGN. Stop it. No one wants to become like IGN. Stop it.
Oh, please, no.
Don't really want to get into the business talk at the moment. No, that's fine. That's fine. We're here to have a bit of fun. I'm actually glad Golden Sun is on there and don't mind everyone's. Leaf Storm. I think it's amazing that Golden Sun is finally there. You know, these are really good games. I think it's Golden Sun, the first one, where you can actually complete the game within the first 5 minutes of playing. Because you go to the chapel and the priest turns around and says, "You're the only one that can help us. Will you not take this challenge and, you know, go on and become the savior of the world?" And you just say no, and then that's it. The game's over and it gives you the bad ending. Fastest game to complete ever. And yes, I've done that. I said no, just to see what would happen when I first started playing. And it gave me a doom and gloom ending. It was quite funny.
Gotta love games with multiple endings.
It was just a little funny. I thought it was really nice that they actually put something like that in. Because normally you get like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?" Until it forces you to say yes. But this one's like, "You're gonna say no, huh? Fine. Everyone dies. That's it. Go." I play Forza Motorsport with a drink and music in the background on weekends. I didn't say it's a bad game. I said that it released lacking in content. Edward Laffery, Starfield MMO, I think that would be pretty damn sweet. I wouldn't mind if Starfield just got DLC until the release of the next game. They are setting out to do it with mods too. See, the thing with the mods, right, is from what I've seen and what Bethesda were talking about, the actual mods will allow you to create actual planets worth of content. Now, how that's going to work, I don't know, because a lot of it is, you know, randomly, you know, it's generated data. But if they can actually have it so specific planets that are created are going to be fixed in a specific location and will always be the same. Obviously, it's going to be a mod anyway, so it should replace everything. You can technically create whole new, like, side quests, faction quests, everything on the area with, like, loot, weapons, rewards. It'd be funny to see, like, you know, some of the PlayStation IPs appearing on there. I'd love to see how quick Sony would issue that cease and desist.
Even in Skyrim and Fallout 4, you were able to add in entire DLCs, factions, quest lines, weapon mods, weapons themselves, custom buildings, all of that
Yeah.
within those games alone. And just remember that one planet within Starfield is supposed to be the size of a Skyrim map, even though it's technically disjointed and disconnected tiles that, you know, unless you can move an absolute pixel, you won't be able to see where you previously landed. But we know that with the one mod that somebody did to like fly up in the air, they actually landed close to New Atlantis and could see New Atlantis, even though you couldn't actually traverse from one tile to the next to get there from where he landed.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Does this mean Concord is like an Accursis? It could be. The bottom line is we don't know what it is. They haven't. They put a really minimal description out, and apparently it's supposed to be coming this year. Like if there's nothing to show for the game, it does make you wonder how ready that actually is. My brother actually uses Edge browser on his Xbox because of the rewards. Yeah, that's fine. Google's putting too much noise in the results. Can't use it anymore. There's a lot of noise in Google right now. It's annoying. Using ChatGPT more, it's not bad. ChatGPT, I mean, AI is not bad as long as you use it as a tool to enhance you and not as a tool to replace you. Because at the end of the day, no one wants to live in a world where Skynet runs everything. We've seen what's happened in the movies. The ending is always bad. I played 10 plus games when I had three months of Game Pass, and they would have costed me over £200. So even then, as you can see there, like even if you paid for it for a whole year, you've already made your money. you're already like £70 in, profit already just there. Being AI generally preventing from needing to go to any actual website, which is the whole other thing. Yeah. That's annoying. Hey, Chris, how's it going? How's it going, my dude? I get a lot of games gifted to me from friends' humble bundles, which they don't like. Yeah, I'm actually looking to start doing that for the stream. Getting some of those humble bundles and just dropping codes in the stream soon. So do keep an eye out for that. Yeah, as AI is getting better. Golden Sun has a secret ending like that. Yeah, it was funny. ChaosLounge, apparently Palwell's devs are adding PvP later because they've seen how bad Ark and Rust handled PvP crossplay. Apparently it will also be added later. Crossplay would be nice. But I assume the PC Game Pass and the Xbox Game Pass version will communicate because they run off the same code, the network code anyway. So that should be good. I guess it's not going to communicate with Steam, and this is what I was saying. Steam is its own platform, but people still say it's not. It's not just about cosmetics and UI changes, though I don't know if I'm making the time for this one. You sound tired, Cesaro. You sound very tired today. But trust me, I know, I can relate. Skyrim has so many quest mods. I literally did one which took me 80 hours. Jesus. I thought the one I did in my little mobile game took forever, which was about 2 hours. Fallout 3 being combined with Fallout Vegas, adding enemies, adding quests, you can basically do whatever. But that's the good thing about mods, right? It just opens the game up to so much more. And for those people who, don't really want to get into video game development, don't really want to get into, the whole working in the games industry, because I'll be honest with you, having worked in there for a number of years, it's pretty awful. There are some amazing parts to working in the industry, but there are some really, really, really nasty sides to it as well. I'm right now working in a digital agency, QAing websites, mobile apps, and stuff like that. And as bad as it is where I'm working right now, it was nowhere near the level of when I was working in the games industry. It's so much. And if you work in something like QA, the treatment that QA gets, even to this day that I'm hearing from friends that are still in the industry, it hasn't improved not one iota from when I worked in there. If anything, it's actually gotten worse. That's the only problem. But with mods, it kind of allows you a gateway into that world where you don't have to go through all the bull crap of trying to show yourself. If you're actually good at what you do, you actually create something that's really nice, then, and let's say Bethesda see that and say, hold on a minute, this actually looks pretty damn good. They did all this themselves. We might want to hire this person. So it's a really nice way for just multiple different things, or it's just a pastime hobby. So, mods are nice. That's what and Fallout London is also coming soon. I saw Destin react to a video on that. I was tempted to do that myself as well, but it was a really long video. I think his video ended up being something like 1 hour long. I think a React video for 1 hour, you guys would get bored, right?
Depends on how much you're talking with the video pause, I suppose.
Every 30 seconds. I'm joking. I'm joking. They wouldn't let a lot of mods on the PlayStation version. They wouldn't allow anything.
Well, no, they did allow mods for both Skyrim and Fallout 4 that came onto the PlayStation.
Yeah, it's very minimal.
Yeah, you're only allowed 100 mods out of the entire library, whereas with a PC version, you can just add it all away as long as your computer can run it.
I only saying that, by the way, because... Oh, sorry, continue.
I was just saying, and that your mods don't conflict with each other.
Mm-hmm. Because people might think it's like other modding scenes. It's not. No, it's not. We need a Starfield co-op mod or update. There was someone that was trying to make co-op, but in the end, he decided to say that he was done with it. He's released the source code if anyone wants to do it, but he won't be doing it because he's had enough apparently. And that wasn't news that a lot of these publication websites like IGN and stuff ran off, where saying all the modders are quitting when it was just one. One modder decided to publicly say he was done, and apparently every modder under the sun within the known galaxy is jumping ship.
I believe it was Japan Hates Xbox and the Red Dragon that specifically jumped on that bandwagon with Unleashed, who
Oh, we're getting to him.
were trying to say it was all the modders and
Yep.
not just the one.
I like how Fallout
mind you,
London calls
the one
Pit
that
Boy
quit-
Attaboy.
Mind you, the one modder that quit, that says that, you know, even Starfield is too boring to mod, he doesn't have the creation kit, and it's literally only the one that's doing the script extender, which more people have worked on it than just that one guy.
No, I get it. But that's why he's released the code publicly, right? And so he's allowing people to check it out. So essentially the entire reason most people choose to mod. Exactly, Jesse. There is a problem with hosts for mods outside of private, but no modders never really stop. Well, one day we'll see if the co-op... Because I've always said, since the very beginning, even before Starfield came out, that one of the things that I really wanted for Starfield was co-op. And the fact that it wasn't there... I mean, I don't care if it's not MMO, but I wanted co-op. And, you know, the fact that it didn't have that, I was a little disappointed. But, you know, I'm still hoping that one day that will be a real thing. The mod dropping out was a huge turning point, and yes, the media completely lied about Starfield modders. Slander! You were saying?
I was going to say, with the whole decoration of your outpost, and it's literally just decoration for you, the fact that there's not even a, oh, he's my friend on my Xbox friends list or my PC Game Pass friends list, and I can't just go visit their outpost and maybe, you know, get past a gun that they may have legitimately.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, no modded things back and forth if mods aren't supported from one to the other. But, you know, being able to go and visit your friend's outpost that they've made so that you can see, hey, this can decorate and, you know, maybe learn a trick or two about how to place things. You know, that alone is worth at least some sort of visitation.
And all I'm going to say
And a
is
reason,
no one wants to come to my outpost.
nor mine.
Mine is horrendous.
Well, I prefer functionality over beauty.
Skyrim had a co-op mod. It kind of did, and the guy quit. TRD, JHX, and UH all refusing to face reality that Sony's in big trouble. They are. I think my video for why is PlayStation failing, the fall of PlayStation, was released today. I mean, it should have gone today if I queued it up correctly. So those of you that saw it, I hope you enjoyed that video. But there's a lot of problems at Sony right now. But it seems like they've also got a lot of the backing from the regulators, because they're currently in a $10 billion merger in India with the company Z. Now, that would make them the number one. Z has the biggest market share for media in India, and they've also got like a hand in all sorts of sectors. Think of them like the Tencent of the media world. Instead of video games, they're more media. Aeroplanes, construction, they've got a hand in everything. If you've heard of the company Sabic, think of them like that. And Sony are looking to merge with them, and there's currently a dispute with basically Sony want to put their personnel on the head of the board, and they're about to break the 10 billion merger, which is going to be a lose-lose for everyone. But the regulators are saying it's perfectly fine. It's really weird. I did actually react to the video. If you got, it's very business orientated. So I wasn't sure if that kind of content would be something you want to see. I can still post it if you guys want, so you can see my commentary over what's being said and the information that's there. So just let me know if you want. I'll post it if you want. But it was very businessy, so I didn't really see it as a right fit for my channel kind of thing. But yeah, if you want it, I'll post it. Outposts in Starfield are well defended. Yeah, they've got me there to defend it. They don't need anything else. I'm a one-man army. Is it cancelled now?
I think it officially got canceled.
Because they had till the decision was the final decision is supposed to be made on January the 20th of whether it's being pushed a lot.
I don't think it's canceled yet, but it's looking like it's gonna.
Yeah. It's looking like it's good because basically, Z want this guy Gopal or something, whatever his name is, Ganaut, I think his name is, to basically be heading the merger as the VP. Sony want their own personnel to be running, basically calling the shots. So the disagreement they've got right now is who's going to be calling the shots once the merger happens. Sony wants
to make another IGN.
Yeah. And they want to do that in India, essentially. And Z isn't forthcoming with the idea, as you can imagine. So that's pretty much where they're at right now. Again, if you want me to release that video, I will. I can release it for Sunday because I've got 2 videos coming tomorrow. One with the Capcom news, which is pretty awful, and a react to another Capcom news with a dose of Gravity Rush. Good Lord, that looked horrendous. So I can do that. Oddly know all kinds of developers from India, but never had a single conversation about video games with any of them. Yeah. I mean, I think most people go to looking for developers in India because it's so cheap. I mean, I know that's why my company, where I work, does it. Sony seems like they want to go bankrupt by directions. I mean, yeah. There's a Gravity Rush movie coming, and it looks absolutely god awful. The main character looks like something that came out of, if Frankenstein and the Hunchback of Notre Dame decided to have a baby, that's what Cat looks like. I don't get it. I really don't. It looks really, yeah, it's new, it's coming. It was actually shown at the CES. I guess we all missed it when we were looking at the trailer. There was flashes of it that were shown, but it looks awful. It looks really, really, really awful. I mean, that's what it should have been, right? So we've got this over here. Someone mentioned Unleashed, so I think it's appropriate that we get this clown into the spotlight because that's what this clown is. Have you realized how he was trying to talk about Xbox and he was talking about games coming to PlayStation and no one cared? No one even looked at him. So now he's back to Starfield because apparently that's how he pays his rent. Starfield made $235 million in revenues on Steam for 2023. Meanwhile, Spider-Man sold 5 million copies in 11 days. 5 million copies times 70 equals that. Does he realize Starfield wasn't just on Steam, right? And on top of this, I'd say about maybe 1 million of those were bundles. So they lost 50% of that money as well.
I think I actually commented on that because Spider-Man 2 not only sold the 5 million in the first 11 days, it only went up to 6.1 by the end of the first month. And
did you?
The actual revenue that was released in the Insomniac leaks says that it only made 420 million, but also 30 to 50% of those revenue is not profit because Marvel takes 30 to 50% of even the console bundles.
Only for the game though, right? Not the actual console itself.
Well, no, they get from the bundles too.
Yeah, but what they take, they don't, so let's say the bundle is $450, right?
Yeah.
If the console value on that bundle is 380, that goes to Sony. The 70 from there is what they take
Is
the
the for the
50% from.
right, right. And then on top of that, they said that the 6.1 only made 420 million in revenue, and that they have to sell 7.1 million to actually turn a profit.
Yep, 7.1 million. So they've not made a profit yet. And
Right.
if they don't, that's going to be really bad. By the way, does anyone else have the Starfield watch? And if they do, are they using it? This is a random question that I'm asking because I'm trying to collate some information and give it to my contact regarding the watches. Because a couple of people that that have reached out to me has basically their watches have stopped working.
Yeah, I heard information about that. It was only working for like the first month and a half.
I mean, mine's working fine. The one thing you don't want to do with these watches is do not update the firmware. Whatever that firmware is what's killing them.
Yeah.
That firmware is deadly. It's supposed to fix one of the bugs on the watch because it doesn't record the weather apparently. I really don't care about the weather on the watch. But it's supposed to fix that, then it kind of for some people it's been bricking their Bluetooth connection.
Hmm.
And then that basically stops the watch from charging as well.
What did Spider-Man 2 sell on Steam? It hasn't released on Steam yet.
That's the point.
Oh. uh,
what sells on Spider-Man 2 versus Starfield?
we don't know because the only physical sales that we have numbers for Starfield is that it sold about 2 million before or in early access and
Yep.
another million after launch.
Yeah.
And then according to this, just by Steam alone, that it made 235 million despite being on Game Pass and free and all that. So it very well could be over Hogwarts.
Well, if we're looking at the 235 million, just on the 235 million, it's 3.357 million units. So yeah,
Which would be just on Steam.
Just on Steam. So we're looking at just on 3. If we round that up, 3.4 million was just on Steam, not on Xbox. And if you're now counting all the early access purchases on Xbox, which was a lot, you're looking well over 5-6 million.
Now, Leaf Storm, Marvel explicitly states that they have to sell at least 6 million units of whatever Marvel IP they give Sony before they can take it away. Now, Spider-Man 2 did break that 6 million. So they're safe for now. But considering they have the Venom, they have Wolverine, they have the X-Men supposedly in the future, all three of those titles all have to break 6 million sale units within 3 years of the launch of the title. So Spider-Man 2 has done it, but they have three more titles that if any one of them doesn't break 6 million within 3 years, they can pull the rest of the IPs after that.
Yep.
So far, that hasn't happened. So keep that in mind.
Holt says, can I say to this day, nothing makes sense that Rare has one game in development hell. Yeah, I mean, when I saw Everwild, that was like instantly became one of my most anticipated games. I loved the animation for Everwild. It just looked so good. It reminded me of Studio Ghibli. Stopped everything they did to make a PS5 port of a game. I don't know. It doesn't add up. No, the whole Sea of Thieves coming to PlayStation. We've got that. We're going to be covering that soon. To me, it doesn't add up either. So I agree with you. It doesn't add up, especially when they've got another project that they're working on, still trying to push. I mean, I'd really like to know what is happening with Everwild personally because I was really looking forward to that. At TheChaosLounge, the ponies wonder why they're the punching bag for so many, like Alex and Fred. I mean, when you've got, tarded takes like this, you've got to be a special kind of person to be able to come out and make a statement like this and still expect no one to call you an idiot. You're literally asking for it at this point. Maybe, but Starfield made a profit and Spider-Man 2 still struggling to break even. Needs 10 million sales or so to pay back the dev and marketing. Honestly, 7.1 million is actual unit sales. If we're talking about the stuff that's going to come, if we're introducing bundles as well, that 7.1 million technically goes up, right? We're looking about maybe 8 or even 9 million. So your 10 million probably isn't that far off. Because losing 50% of the actual sale is quite damaging. And don't forget, like I was saying in my last stream, one of the worst parts of all this is the fact that there are so many pre-owned versions of that game in shops right now. And it is, they're selling for a lot cheaper. A game that has been out for 3 days was already pre-owned. That game is not going to be in a bad condition. There's no DLC. So that you buying that pre-owned game, unless the person decided to play Etch-a-Sketch on the back of that disc, it's brand new, right? So Sony's getting none of that money. And this is why Microsoft has been pushing for like an all digital. I get physicals are important. I get people like their physicals. But the reason why they push for an all digital is because of that reason. Because they want to stop that secondhand market because they lose so much revenue from it. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying this is the business behind it. You've got to couple it to the app for weather, etc. I've coupled it to the app. It still doesn't work. You need to use the new firmware, which I'm not doing. I'm okay without that. The watch is fine. It works perfect. I'm still using it to this day, and it's beautiful. It's like my favorite watch, and the battery lasts for me personally, even though it's got like my WhatsApp and stuff already all on there. Lasts about 27 to 30 days for a smartwatch. Well, yeah, I think that's a good battery life. Come on, let's not act like Spider-Man 2 won't sell 20+ million. Who's talking about Spider-Man right now? I mean, you've got MBG who came out and also said that the game is forgettable. No one really talks about it. It wasn't that good. It didn't live up to the hype.
Here you have Unleashed making a fool of himself doing exactly that. Comparing Starfield to Spider-Man 2 yet again.
But he's going to do that because he needs to pay his rent, right? I don't have it, but if I did, I wouldn't use it. I'd keep it stashed. See, I used to be like that, Edward. I really used to be like that. But then, I've gotten to the point now where I just want to buy things to enjoy rather than keep it away. Like when I eventually move, at the moment I've got all like my figurines that I have for my collector's editions in the boxes. They're all going to come out onto like the shelf and stuff. So where I've got this kind of digital background now, this fake one, it won't be having that. You're going to actually see all my figurines and stuff in the background with all stacked up like nicely and whatnot. I just want to enjoy what I have because who knows what tomorrow brings. What did Skyrim do? Skyrim has sold over 60 million copies right now. As of last year. Baldur's Gate 3 is still confusing to me. I do not get why so many people decided to say they liked CRPG. Now, I mean, I love the genre, but none of these people who bought this even know what Divinity is. Now, see, for me, I don't like CRPGs. Well, that's not entirely true. I don't mind them to a degree, but I'm not a huge fan of them. Now, I played the 1 hour trial that was on PlayStation. It didn't do it for me. But I do want to give it another try. But there's like a 90% chance that I'm not going to enjoy it, which is why I'm waiting for a good sale for it. But at the same time, I get why people do like it. I mean, there's lots of bear sex in there. There's pig sex in there. Lots of nudity in there. Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern here. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Any of you starting to see a pattern? Because I'm starting to see a pattern. But, you know, jokes aside, people are loving the fact that it's got such a diverse way of playing. You can play it no matter, you know, to the way you want. There's no one strat to tackle any situation, as we've seen. And I think that's what most people enjoy about it. But I think a lot of people went into it thinking it was going to be this super game that they're going to love and enjoy. And I think they got blinded by the hype for the game, not fully well understanding what it was. As you say with Divinity 2, if I was a conscious person, and I do recommend this to people, Divinity 2 is really cheap right now. Instead of investing in Baldur's Gate, go play Divinity 2, see what you think. If you like the gameplay, you like the style, then you're really going to like Baldur's Gate 3. If you really, really do not like Divinity 2, no matter how good the story is in Baldur's Gate 3, you are just not going to enjoy it. So that would be my take.
JG, can you hear me now? Is that any better?
They should be hearing you because the audio is coming through quite loud and clear.
He just said, can you turn up the volume on your guest? So I was just raising my own stuff.
No. Speak now.
About now. That ain't better.
That should definitely be better. Sony will just keep selling Spider-Man 2 bundles for a year. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, so if they eventually...
I want to say is only 5 years old. All early access so far. Not 8.
Wait, so if they eventually lose the license, all those games will disappear from the stores? That's actually a good question, Leafstorm. That's actually a really, really good question. I don't think they will lose it, but I think there's probably a clause in there where the royalties from Marvel are going to be quite high. So I think the stores will still be there.
If they lose the IP, if something doesn't sell 6 million units, Sony has to pay them another 9 million breakup fee if Marvel decides to terminate. And in addition to that, any game that is not currently launched will get pulled, even if it has a release date and the release date is like a week from tomorrow or something like that. They could have the rights to pull everything that they still have. I'm not sure specifically how the logistics work. I'm not in the industry and I don't personally know, but that is my understanding of it.
I think the games will stay there, though.
The games that are already in the stores will stay.
Yeah. But the IP itself will be free for everyone, if whoever wants to take it at that point. So if Microsoft then want to swoop in for a Spider-Man IP, they can make that deal with Disney and go make their own game.
Now, see, I'm wondering about what type of deal they've made with Indiana Jones, considering that's a Disney IP, isn't it?
It is.
And considering what Marvel did with Sony for the IPs for licensing purposes, it makes me wonder what type of deal Microsoft has made.
I don't think they care. I mean, a lot of people look at this situation with Microsoft like they need the money. And, you know, I've seen a lot of ponies posting around saying, look, they need that PlayStation money in order to be fundable. This is $1 trillion company, which for a brief moment over the last few days was actually the richest company in the world, even though Apple overtook it eventually. They don't need the money. What they want is people to go onto Game Pass. They're happy to pay whatever it is. And this is one of the things that I really didn't get when it comes to, you know, some of their decisions. Because a lot of their decisions turn around and tell me, we want to push Game Pass and we want you on that subscription. And we're willing to do whatever it takes to get you onto that subscription. But then they kind of stop on the final hurdle and then let everyone past them. Because if that's the mentality, that's the understanding I'm getting. That's the message I'm getting. So even if Blade is going to cost them a bomb, it will bring in subscriptions to Game Pass. But using that mentality, why not go and start money hacking third-party games for Game Pass? making them exclusive to the Game Pass ecosystem, a timed exclusive for a year or two. Right?
I could see that.
Technically, Microsoft could go to Capcom, Konami. They could go to Sega. They could go to whoever they want and just give them the checkbook and say, right, here it is. Here's the money. I want it on this ecosystem only. I don't want it anywhere else. Maybe they'll throw a bone to the Switch. But they could do that. And that would change the whole tide. There is nothing a regulator can do to that, right? Because that is a one-to-one contractual transaction. They're not preventing the game from going on other platforms. They're doing a timed exclusivity. And there is nothing a regulator can do that. And doing something like that would really, really shake the industry. But they won't do it. They're not taking that. They're not jumping that final hurdle. And it really...
They're not being cutthroat.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. During the 360 days, they were cutthroat. They were brutal. They took off their gloves and they went for it. And, that's what they kind of need to do now.
Yep.
Bold says, and Sony have to pay a bottom dollar on cancelled games as well. Yeah, they've got a lot of cancelled games. Did you see the showcase I put in that last video on how many stuff that wasn't there? I think the only one that was released was Pornhub. How many are buying disc though? The disc, not many. How many are buying digital? Probably a lot. Honestly, I can't remember outside of. I just bought this recently because I couldn't for my collection. Xbox version of a Final Fantasy Type HD for my collection. But outside of like certain franchises, like Final Fantasy, because I'm a massive Final Fantasy fan, don't judge me.
No judgment here. I love it too.
I'm full digital. Like I've actually got the digital version of Type 0 HD on my Xbox, but I just wanted the physical as well. I've got the digital version of Starfield, but I wanted the physical version as well. There's certain games that I will go and get as a physical medium, but it's so like I'd say 99.9% of all my games I buy are digital. I'd probably say that the physical I buy is probably less than 0.01%. Because it's such a niche window of games that I actually want physical, that actually means something to me. I personally went digital during the PS4 era, PS4 and the Xbox One era. So, and I've not really looked back. I don't have this affinity that people seem to have where every game has to be physical. I just don't have that. And a lot of people are the same because it takes up space, and space is becoming a commodity these days.
I think Sanchez Gaming makes a great point. How many are still playing Spider-Man 2 compared to Starfield? For a direct comparison. Less than 100 people, I guarantee it. And the only ones that are the diehard PlayStation ponies that specifically want to try to say, "Oh, I'm still enjoying Spider-Man because it launched less buggy than Starfield, and I, suck off a corporation."
Spider Cube. Everyone likes a Spider Cube.
Yeah.
And yet they say we don't care about profit. We just want people playing our games. Yep. That is no corporation doesn't care about profit. Everyone cares about profit. That's how you stay in business. But there's a thing called the loss leader, where you invest a lot now to get the rewards later. And Microsoft for the longest time has, since the halfway through the Xbox One, when Phil Spencer came in and decided to shake things up with Game Pass and look at things in a different light, because clearly the Xbox One era was a massive blow for Xbox. Everyone knows this. And if you want to deny that, you're free to, but everyone knows that's a fact. So when they first started Game Pass, it cost them a hell of a lot of money. They weren't making profit on it. They are making profit now, quite a substantial profit. But at the start, they wasn't. But what I'm saying is Microsoft is in such a position right now, in a unique position, where the statement by Peter Hines, or was it Matt Booty, when he said we can outspend PlayStation, they actually can and they could do it. What I don't understand is why they don't do it. They don't need to go and buy X publisher, Y publisher, or this. I mean, obviously that's the cheaper way to do it, by all means. But if you do that, then there's so many restrictions via regulators that it starts to become a problem, like we saw with ABK. But if they just turned around and said, right, okay, Sega, we want this game, that game, that game, that game, and that game, exclusive for Game Pass for 2 years. Then you can release it wherever you want. Yep. Here's the money. This should cover, the majority of your cost. Happy days. The game is still on PC. It's still going to be available to buy on Game Pass. And like I said, they may throw the odd bone to Switch because they're seen as the weirdo children that, the weirdo child that no one seems to care about. But at the same time, they could do that and just go that way. And they will build an enormous amount of Game Pass subscribers. The question is, which I always ask is, why don't they? Sea of Thieves is from 2018. It's akin to Minecraft as far as revenue goes. Ought to have made it PlayStation sooner. See, there's certain games that I think should always be crossplay, right? If a game like Destiny relies, and I know some of you may disagree with this, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I'm almost caught up with the chat, by the way. And, you may agree to disagree with this. Mm-hmm. I will always advocate that if a game is multiplayer and is, it needs to be released on all platforms, like Overwatch, because those games live, breathe, and die on their actual, player count. If there's no players or you're restricting your player count, you're indirectly hurting yourself. Now, if you look at Elder Scrolls Online, that game could be massive, but there's a lot of people who won't get invested into Elder Scrolls Online. I mean, I'm not saying it's a small game, but it's not the juggernauts of Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft. But it could be. But the fact that the Xbox version is different to the PC version on Game Pass PC or the Windows PC, they don't communicate. You can't crossplay between them. It's a massive problem. And there's a lot of people that won't buy into the game because of that one reason. Fallout 76 is another one. They've made so many leaps and bounds improvements. I've got friends that play it on PlayStation. I've got it on PC and Xbox, but I can't crossplay between them. And that crossplay, cross-save thing, with games like that, need to be a thing. And I think games like Sea of Thieves actually makes sense to be crossplay, cross-save across the network. Because the more people play in that game, the longer it lives. If it's only restricted to one platform, it doesn't work. The games don't last as long. And you only have to go back in time and look at games like SOCOM, which were restricted to one platform. The only ones that actually survived, to this day is Call of Duty. And that's really an enigma, right? What happened to Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, one of my favorite games when it comes to those type of games? They're gone. But if they had a crossplay situation between, the other platforms, they could have been here today with sequels. So the player count matters. But if you're restricted to one platform, and don't forget, not everyone plays multiplayer. So there's people that like multiplayer games, don't like multiplayer games, dabble in multiplayer games. So you've already shrunk your market to one platform. You're shrinking it even more based on your market base. And then you're kind of going into now, okay, so this is the community that likes market. So we've gone from 100% with everyone, right? We're restricting it from 3 consoles or four platforms to 1. You go down to 25%. Half of those probably don't like it. So you've gone down to 12.5%. Say 5% of those don't like military shooters. Now you've gone down to 7.5%. What happens when that 7.5 start getting bored? You'll probably go down to 2% and your game is dead. So to me, having those games be crossplay, cross-platform actually makes sense. And Minecraft is a prime example of that. It makes sense. It's good business. And people crying that Sea of Thieves is going over, they're not looking at the bigger picture for the health of the game. Because if the game starts making a shed load of money once it's fully crossplay and whatnot, that means more content coming to the game. More lavish content, more experimentational content, more risks that they can take, which in turn is better for the game. That's my opinion. You may not agree with it. That's just mine. I've been all digital ever since owning my PC and deck. I've just been able to sign into any game and have them on any system. I've actually got access to, what is it? The new Prince of Persia game I've got it running on my Steam Deck. I was thinking of doing like a quick review for it on the Steam Deck. They gave me the PC version to preview and stream. So I'm probably going to do that tomorrow if people want to check that out on PC. But if you don't want to see like a Steam Deck review of that, definitely let me know and I'll get that done because I do have Ubisoft Connect through the Proton Magic actually working.
Can't be any worse than Reforge's review of it.
What review? He didn't have a review.
Did he? Prince of Persia.
I heard.
Yeah, I streamed it this morning.
Oh, he must have done bad because he has no skill.
Mm-hmm.
A
Cyborg already clipped it on Twitter.
A 350 million revenue is before Disney takes their 35 to 50% cut. Yeah. How many players are still playing Spider-Man? Not many. Don't have room for more stuff.
Yeah.
Like TheChaosLounge Starfield is still talked about, and I haven't heard anything about because no one. Look, I said this in my previous stream, and I'll say it here as well. Spider-Man 2 kind of did something that I think was quite crafty. It even fooled me, right? And I'm quite perceptive to these sorts of things, but it even took me on the wild ride. The first 2/3 of Spider-Man 2 are quite rubbish. It's boring, it's mid, and it's very generic. There's not really much there. They force you to do side quests that you don't want to do. They force you to do events that you don't want to do. It's rather not great. But the last third of the game is when it ramps up and they throw everything at you. And the thing that you remember about a game when you play it isn't how it started. In the great words of Todd Howard, it's not where you start or where you launch, it's how you finish. When it was referring to Fallout 76. That final third is what stays in your mind. And that final third was really action-packed. There was a lot going on there. From Kraven's scene with Venom, to controlling Venom, to actual fighting Venom, fighting different, Croc as well. A lot happened during that final third. So that's what stayed fresh in people's minds. And they did that deliberately to skew the overall perception of the game. But when you finish playing it, take a step back, and then really think about it, if only a third of the game was fun, that means for 70% of the game, you didn't really have a good time. That's not a very good game. But it's the final third that stays in your head. And for that reason, it skewed the results quite beautifully. And that's why they went 0 out of 7. And through the DICE Awards, they're going to go 008. Hey, Taz, how's it going?
I heard about that. They would have to pay for Game Pass along with the sales loss from other platforms, which would be insane even for a $1 trillion company. No, they wouldn't. Because if they were to put their service of Game Pass onto another platform, which they already said they aren't doing, then all they would have to do is say, we just want a cut of what gets sold on your system, on your platform. And they'd be fine with that. Because they make more than enough on Game Pass just with Xbox alone that they're already making a profit with Game Pass.
Right, let me see if I can blitz through these. Darkest Dungeon for me is memorable game, but the ponies can't even enjoy their biggest exclusive. I've heard Darkest Dungeon's a really good game. The Divinity franchise is awesome. Baldur's Gate 3 is something I hide if I were going to play. Why would you hide it? Spider-Man 2 started as DLC, and in my opinion, that showed. Quite possibly. It just feels like it's lacking. It's lacking. That's a game I won't want my kids playing. It's going way too far. What game are they talking? What's the game Susanna talking about? Spider-Man 2. Divinity was one of those games I saw at Blockbuster and thought the cover looked cool, but never rented. TheChaosLounge. To be honest, porn sells. A good example is Overwatch. Jesus Christ, that game is literally famous on porn. I don't care what anyone says. The footer scene in that is ridiculous. Don't ask. people are sending me all sorts of fucking shit. It's ridiculous. I'm telling them to stop and they won't. They do it especially just to get me in trouble, especially when I used to be at work. I had to get Discord off my goddamn PC. Baldur's Gate 3 only sold because of Dark Alliance hype, else it's trash. I disagree. Baldur's Gate 3 has its cult following, and fortunately for them, it worked out. I recommend Wasteland 3 on Game Pass. That's actually a really good game. Pillars of Eternity I've heard is good as well. Baldur's Gate 3 is the Stellar Blade of CRPGs, lots of TNA, and we all know what sells. Still a good game though. Yeah, Stellar Blade 3, that ass, right? That ass, that stellar ass. Think Pillars went free to play, might be wrong. Oh yes it is. Unleashed is a clown, of course he is. They have before. I'm wondering how you'd think of Fallout 2 if you don't like Baldur's Gate 3. Fallout 2 is also confusing. I'd probably have to go back. I can't remember much of that game. I really want to play Deadpool. I never got to play it when it was released, and then it kind of went off the digital store. I might buy it physical and see how that works. But the Transformers games should hopefully be coming, so that's going to be good. Sony took a deal with the devil. Oh, they took a deal. But the deal that they took was to sell more consoles. And if that's what they wanted, it worked. But they're not making the revenue, so that kind of backfired. Rip Wolverine if Venom doesn't sell. Well, at least PC players got to play it.
Venom is coming out next year, supposedly. And Wolverine comes out the following year. Now, they have a 3-year span for Venom, so Wolverine, I think, is safe. It's the X-Men title that's in jeopardy now.
Microsoft makes $4 billion on Game Pass alone. They do. And I think the upkeep cost is $1 billion. So $3 billion of that right now is what is it? Is profit. A TheChaosLounge Power World is third-party exclusive technically. Yes, if it's not coming to PlayStation, as the PlayStation fans are saying that, the game's coming like Concord, which is PC and thing. I guess that's the first party, but like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, if that's exclusive, then technically so is Power World.
Power World is Steam and Game Pass day one.
Yep. Is it possible someone at Xbox doesn't want to use Sony's money hatting tactics? It's possible. But I think they should. I absolutely think they should. I think they should just go for it. At the end of the day, if you want to, catapult sales for your Game Pass, I guess the only thing that they might actually be worried about is if they start doing that, people might give them a bad image. But if your competition is doing it, why wouldn't you? Indie is a fading IP, and Microsoft's interested in Game Pass. Microsoft contract will have major differences from Sony's contract with Marvel. We will never know. That's something with them. But yeah, indie isn't as big. Well, actually, to me, personally to me, my generation, I actually prefer Indiana Jones way more to Spider-Man. But that's just me. I grew up with those Indiana Jones movies. They're like bread and butter to me. And even the bad ones, I still enjoy watching. So, yeah, call me sad or whatever. But, the moment I hear that iconic Indiana Jones music, I'm sold. That's all. I mean, I'm a simpleton. New Monster Hunter Paradise game exclusive to Game Pass. That would be, can you imagine? That would be huge. That's the type of game that I'm saying that Microsoft needs to do. When I was saying that they need to money hat those big games, they need to do that. I'm kind of wondering if music licensing problems in gaming are still ongoing. They are. I mean, they're ongoing everywhere. What was it? Quantum Break actually had to be taken off because of that, and they put it back on. Why Final Fantasy IX took so long to get added to Steam and elsewhere? I think there's multiple reasons for that. One being that they lost the source code to upscale it and they didn't want to think. Power World looks good. Can't wait to play it. We're actually going to be playing Power World next week on here during the stream. I'm not sure how many players it is overall, but
From what I understand, it's supposed to be 32 player parties and guilds.
Sanchez Gaming gifted a membership. Thank you very
Yeah,
much for that
Edward
gifted
Lafferty.
membership. Who actually got it?
Edward Lafferty.
Edward. Thank you very much for that gifted membership, Sanchez. So we're actually going to be playing that. I don't know if Power wants to join me for that.
I'm down.
So we'll be playing that next week. Well, we're going to cover a bit of news, then switch over to Power World.
Yep.
And if anyone from chat actually wants to join, depending on how many players it is, we can all kind of like get together as well during the stream and just go and collect some cool stuff. I think PlayStation set the precedent that your owned media can be removed. It can. Yeah. But that's the same for all digital, right? That's the bad thing about it. In my opinion, odds are good. If Sony loses Marvel license, all Marvel games would be delisted, just as they have been in the past. They won't be delisted because they're still a Sony first party game. What's going to happen is that the Sony license then goes free for all, and anyone can actually pick it up. But every time a game is sold from PlayStation, that royalty will still be paid to Marvel. So Marvel will never not want money. They would lose. There's no reason for them to lose money. Still, Final Fantasy boxes, baby. Those I still get. Yep. When I switched from PS4 to Series X, I bought used copies of previous gens games. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like a lot of the 360 games have had like a really nice treatment with the boost, taking them to 60 FPS, graphical touches here and there. Like some of the Splinter Cell games look really amazing now. So definitely worth trying.
Starfield gets that 60 FPS update for Xbox Series X.
It's going to be amazing. I think that's what they should focus on now. They'll leave it 30 FPS on the Series S, but they should really push the X to get that 60 FPS, or just unlock it, because even if it's running,
I'm pretty sure the PC can have it unlocked and over 60 FPS.
Yeah, but what I'm saying on Xbox, if they just unlocked it, right now it should run between 50 and 60, 50 and say 70 anyway, so it's fine. It's only in the cities it's going to drop. Outside it will be running 60 plus. Hulk and Deadpool games are more edgy than all 8, 9, and 10th gen. Yeah, I mean, Hulk is good. I don't think they've really made a good Hulk game though, but I do like Hulk.
No.
It's weird that I enjoyed Type 0 more than Final Fantasy 15. I got Type 0 originally to try the demo for 15, but I ended up liking Type 0 more. 15 was weird. Also, 15 got gutted, didn't it? Because it had to have like a huge portion of the story removed because of China. So, that logo on the car that you see? Originally, that was supposed to be some kind of death cult. And that got, when the
China saw that,
when the Chinese gaming, well, the licensing board saw that, they basically said, if this is going to be on there, your game can't release in China. And so one of the reasons why the 15 storyline is kind of all over the place is because they had to chop it in literally to get it out on time. Otherwise, they probably would have had to delay it to get a proper thing sorted. So it's unfortunate.
Right.
It's unfortunate, but a huge part of the story is missing. Where the game was supposed to go.
I maintain that 15 was going downhill. It was great graphically, but moving away from 13 and every Final Fantasy before it, where aside from the online versions, you have a party system. That party system is what makes a Final Fantasy, because you have those different characters dedicated to those specific skills. 15 kind of did away with that a little bit.
16 did permanently.
16 just turned it into a straight ARPG, and it's not even really that much of an RPG. It's more of an adventure because you can't diverge in anything that you do. Which is why I still maintain that 7 is the best Final Fantasy, and 12, in my opinion, is number 2. The wife will disagree with me on that one. But in those games, you could literally go anywhere. You can do anything in any order. Yes, there are certain order of events that will progress the story, but there's nothing saying that from Nibelheim to Rocket Town, you can't go back and visit the Gold Saucer and just stay there for hours. But until you go to Rocket Town from Nibelheim, it won't progress the story. But
Yeah.
you have the whole open world to progress in. 12 kind of did the same thing. You can have all these different sections of map open and go to any single one of them unless they're locked out because of story progress, but you can go anywhere. You can do anything. Uh 13 13 not so much 13.2. 13.2 kind of went back to their roots, and then 13.3 you didn't really get that choice. It was very linear.
I mean, all of
Um
13s were linear.
well, no, because in 13.2 with the whole time
Yeah, but
jump
that was all like kind of
thing.
biome based, right? It wasn't really open world where you can go anywhere. You just picked the different biomes that you wanted to visit.
True, yeah.
And with 13.1, it kind of was until you got to the open field area towards the end of the game, it was
Which
as
was like
linear as you're
chapter
going to
10.
get.
Yeah, that was until chapter 10 out of 13 chapters.
Yeah. Cesano, I'm not talking about the discovery thing. I keep getting emails from Sony saying that I won't be able to access my digital content because they're removing it. Games, that's awful. That should never be the case. If you've paid for it,
Yeah.
it should always be there, regardless. There should be a method for you to be able to download it. They just won't be able to sell it going forward. So the fact that they're doing that is just silly. That makes no sense. Starfield also has a big update next week, apparently. Yep, we've covered that earlier on. Nintendo does the same thing, but it was never expected that it would always have access to my digital content. Nintendo is pretty awful with that thing. They've got no preservation at all. All they're doing is reselling the same game to you multiple times. They're worse than Sony at this point with that sort of stuff. I've been trying to enjoy Valhalla DLC on my PS4 Pro, but it's so loud it pulls me out of the... Mate, I remember my PS4 was pretty much levitating because the fans were so loud and strong. They would have to pay for the Game Pass cost along with sales from lots of platforms. What Game Pass cost would they need to pay for? I don't get that one. I hate autocorrect. I was trying to say it pulls me out of the... Oh, I know. Chaos Microsoft still being harassed by FTC and CMA. Please stop. Need to keep a low profile at the moment. Okay.
He was talking about putting Game Pass on the PlayStation and Nintendo.
They don't need to do that though. Sea of Thieves can
They
just
don't.
release on there, just without that.
Yeah.
ESO is actually really good. I do wish it had crossplay so I could play with my friend. Exactly, Leaf. That is the point I'm making. They should let all Bethesda games be timed exclusives, all Activision games multi-platform, and all Xbox Game Studios just exclusive.
I don't know if I agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that at all.
Bethesda, we know, is going to be exclusive from here on out. That was a part of the FTC leaks that got accidentally pushed out from Microsoft in their own documents. But when they acquired Bethesda back in like June, July, they made it very clear that all Bethesda titles moving forward were going to be exclusive. So anything that has Bethesda tied to it is going to be first party exclusive only, like the Blade Arcane Leon working with Bethesda.
Look, the only way I see anything from that actually working, what he suggested, is if Sony starts giving games to Microsoft, and they're not going to do that. So it's not going to be it should never be a one-way trip.
And same thing with Nintendo.
Yeah. Wasn't it Sony usually blocking crossplay? Yeah, they have a horrible, nasty fee. That even who was it? Who's the Borderlands publisher? Shift.
Shift.
Yeah, they actually cancelled the crossplay with PlayStation. They just disabled it and left it PC and Xbox only because they weren't prepared to pay the fee that Sony wanted. So they just said, piss off. It's nasty. I want great value for my $17 a month, so I'm okay with Sea of Thieves. Yeah, I mean, like I said, multiplayer games make sense to go. Something. Sea of Thieves needs One Piece X over. Who else? Captain Pugwash. That would actually work. Sleeping Dogs, my favorite game of all time. That ending was the best I ever experienced. I watched was it Sleeping Dogs? No, it was the other one that I watched. My
Watch
kid played.
Dogs.
Watch Dogs was the one I'm thinking of because my kid loved that game. He was all over it. I never really played Sleeping Dogs. I might have to check it out one day. I haven't heard it put that way before, but yeah, you're going to remember the last act. A script in any medium can live and die on that. Exactly. And that's the point. It's like when I think of Final Fantasy X-2, that ending, like for me, Final Fantasy X's ending was like soul destroying, but 13-2 just ruined me. That destroyed me. I was not in a good place, man. I was not in a good place, and I'm not afraid to say it because I actually didn't see. I mean, I thought it might happen because everything hinted at it happening, but I thought they might have beaten it. So I kind of half expected it to happen, but was hoping it wouldn't. And even when it did, it's still just, and the music was just perfect as well. The music, people often undermine the music, but the music at that point was just on cue. It just pulled at every string. Chaos Lounge Palworld has no PlayStation release date because it's not going there. It is an Xbox exclusive. Selling more consoles doesn't help that much if your buyers are casuals who only buy 1-2 games. Yep, that was the point we were making earlier.
Not to mention, if you're a PlayStation fan, most PlayStation fans don't even buy their own games by their own admission.
Yep. Palworld can be big if done right. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It looks very interesting, and I hope it does well.
Here's a good one from Chris.
What are you most excited for next week's showcase? Indiana Jones and what is it? Hellblade 2? Hellblade 2, I want to see more of that. I'm more interested in Hellblade 2 than I am with Avowed because I do like my single player stories, and Hellblade 1 was just phenomenal.
As much as I'm excited for Hellblade 2, Avowed, and Indiana Jones, I'm actually wanting to see both the Ara game from the makers of the Civ 5 Oxide games. And also, we know there's going to be a shadow drop at least, but we don't know which game it is.
It's someone cool.
And, I mean, it's up in the air, but we know it's not Hi-Fi Rush. That's been debunked. We know it's not any big, AAA title. But we do think that it might be a first-party title.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see that.
Steve says, hi. How's it going, Steve? DarkchyldCD. Devastator says, next Thursday, hopefully we get lots of gameplay. I'm expecting... I'm not expecting a lot of gameplay from Indiana Jones, but I'm expecting to see what the game is. That's what I'm expecting at the very least. Because all we have right now is a whip on the table with someone with Indy taking it off. Is Palworld crossplay? I'm wondering how it will run on Steam Deck. It should be. At least I'm hoping it will be. I mean, every indication that they've said is it's going to be crossplay. Okay, and that's cool. Sup, bots. Hey, here comes PS5 blows. Fable is going to be so good. I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to Fable, but I'm also scared with Fable. I think it's being overhyped.
I was worried about Fable until Baldur's Gate 3 finished launching, and one of the gaming directors said that he was moving to the Fable team.
All right.
So I'm having a little bit higher hopes for it now.
I don't know. I'm going to keep my expectations in check because overhyping a game never ends well. Cesano, funny people love Final Fantasy XII's play these days in other games. Felt alone loving that game at the time. I loved Final Fantasy XII. I love the fact that up until the end, the main dude was just some random guy that just wanted to rule everything. He didn't showcase any magical powers or anything until the very, very last second when he went Super Saiyan. That was funny. But up until that point, it was just some random dude that just wanted to rule the world. And that was his ambitions, and he was doing it as well. I just bought Final Fantasy VII on sale. Good times. Nice. 15 had more of an impact than 16.
The
Oh,
OG FF7 or the remake FF7? Because there is a difference. And then there's also FF7 Crisis Core. Let's see. FF15 had more impact than 16 only because Square Enix wanted to keep it exclusive. Shame. That is true too.
leaf blades. Fuck's sake. Nintendo has preservation, not officially by them though. It's called Dolphin.
Oh God.
But if Game Pass games be played without Game Pass, then what's the point? It doesn't really need. When it comes to those multiplayer games, it doesn't need it. They're still getting the revenue, right? And it's not even about the revenue. With multiplayer games, it's a game will live if it has players. If it doesn't have players, it doesn't live no matter where it's at. You want as many people playing that game as possible for it to live. You look at games like Avengers, Anthem, Babylon's Fall, and so many more. Even early Warframe. I mean, Warframe is doing well now, but you know, midway through its life cycle, it was dying because it just didn't have the players. Once it became crossplay, it sprung new life into it. So, you know, it really, really helps a game survive.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody, Sanchez.
If Nintendo wants a game, they need to give up one or give them a multiplayer like Redfall. But there's nothing wrong with Redfall. You guys are mean. I'm enjoying the game. The whole point of these games is to get people.
I'm pretty sure Redfall is great. It just launched very bad because of what happened to Redfall being pushed out early. And I know it's gotten a lot of love and updates since its release, and I'm pretty sure it's much better now. I still haven't played it myself yet. I do have it downloaded, but just seeing some of the broken gameplay at launch of what it was like is just awful. And I'm pretty sure that's the only version that a Switch platform could run at this point. Maybe the Switch 2 can get the actual updates to fix a lot of the broken stuff, though.
Sanchez, I don't think that's why they're doing it. I honestly believe they're doing it because there's a push to buy another publisher and they're looking for wins that won't impact Microsoft. So, like, Sea of Thieves, it's not going to sell Game Pass. I mean, the game might be amazing. I've tried it a few times. It wasn't for me. Maybe if I play it multiplayer, I might have some fun with it. But ultimately, it wasn't for me. And I've not heard a single person turn around and say, oh man, I got Game Pass for Sea of Thieves. And that's the point I think that's got Microsoft thinking. So if they put certain games that just aren't shifting Game Pass anymore on other platforms like the Switch, I get why people don't want it on the PlayStation, and I can totally get behind that. But on the Switch, no one really cares. When they come to a point where they want to go pick up another game, a publisher, when the FTC's comes out like a meerkat, that's what I was referring to last time. I couldn't remember the meerkat, but once they stick their head up like a meerkat and go, there's a chance that they can foreclose it and all of this and all of that. They've got ammunition there saying, look, if we were going to do that, we've ported first-party titles on these platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So that immediately throws out. And even if they turned around and say, well, they didn't release a day and date, they don't have to release a day and date. All they need to say is, look, they've got timed exclusive on games, and they don't even let those games come on us. They're worse than we are. We actually own these companies, not the licenses, the contracts for them, but the actual ownership. And we're showing that we're willing to play ball. Once they build their war chest of publishers, then they'll completely stop doing that because they won't need to worry about it.
If you also remember during the FTC trial and the leaks and everything that came out of it, one of the conditions was Microsoft has to cater to equality across Linux and Macintosh computers as well. So that's another thing to look forward to.
Eternal Tyrant says, what's your opinion on Xbox's future? I think
along with PlayStation and Nintendo.
I think I'm playing Nintendo. Nintendo's fine. Nintendo's in their own bubble. They can do whatever they want, and they'll be fine. Nothing will ever happen to Nintendo. If they're ever running out of money or they're having a bad month, they'll just paint the console red, add a little star onto it, and that'll sell a few million consoles just like that.
Yeah.
They're fine. Nintendo is weird. They don't even need to do anything. They just need to show a picture of Mario on a box and it will sell. So for Nintendo, I've got no concern. Sony, on the other hand, I think them focusing on one genre and one genre only now, where they're not really looking into anything that's really multiplayer. Helldivers, I think, is not going to do well personally. It doesn't. Well, based on the videos I've seen, it doesn't look fun. It doesn't look entertaining. I'll give it a try on PC, but it doesn't look great. But I do feel like if they continue down the path they're going, at some point they're going to hit a financial wall. I mean, they're already hitting that financial wall, and it's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt them big time. But I think everyone at some point is going to go to the cloud. I think the last person to go to the cloud will be Nintendo. They're going to hold out for the longest because of their portable nature for the consoles. And maybe that might be another direction that, the consoles decide to take. They will slow down on the actual hardware and just make the consoles portable and be like the Switch. And so you've got like a Series X or XX, whatever, that's full digital, and you could just hook it up into your TV and play through it. Obviously, I don't think the technology is there to maintain that level of graphical cadence, but we're not that far off of that becoming a reality. Can I assume I think that's the end boss for Final Fantasy 13 2? It was. Why does it keep jumping? Xenogears is my favorite Final Fantasy game. Xenogears is a Final Fantasy game. Okay. That's funny. The Shadow Drop is Outer Worlds 2? You think so? Don't get excited for anything until it exists before you. That's not a bad take. But it's all rumors at the moment. It is, Sanchez. It is. Everything about going to any platform is rumors. And we know that Microsoft won't respond to anything, even if it is true. And even if they could respond, they can't respond. Mainly because of what it is that they're trying to do, which I believe is to create an arsenal of ammo to basically tell the FTC to piss off. Because they're not, the FTC ain't going away. They're not going to go away. And they're still trying to divest the companies. And recently, just the other day, I saw an article where the subpoena that Microsoft put through to get more information from Sony, that got rejected as well by the courts, because apparently that was not part of the original hearing, even though Sony providing cherry-picked documents was okay. So that thing over there is just, it's weird. They're playing a game of chess over there to see who's going to break first. I'll play Redfall with you, Chaos, once it comes to PlayStation. You'll be waiting for a long time. You know what? You can have Redfall. I'll give it to you. I'll give you Redfall. I don't think the rest of the ponies are going to want it, though. So you might have a problem there, Seth. But welcome to the stream, my dude.
If you want to get an Xbox, it's like $4 in the stores right now.
It's £350 over here. Or a Series S is like £180.
No, for Redfall.
Oh, Redfall. Jeez.
The game.
It's still quite expensive here in the UK.
Xenogears remake would be amazing. I'm still amazed for such an early game as Xenogears. For 3 discs or 4 discs, I think it was, 3 discs. That game has one of the best turn-based combat systems to this day, where it actually how it
Grandia 2. Grandia 2 had it better.
That's a little different, but I agree with you there because that has the combo system. But what I'm talking about is the way that the different moves that you do is a corresponding of light, medium, and heavy attacks that, as you level up, get extended over time.
Yeah.
But I also think Grandia Extreme did it better.
Grandia Extreme was better than Grandia 2, but Grandia Extreme didn't have a story, so it wasn't as popular. That was literally just gameplay.
I have all 3 of them.
Final Fantasy Advent Children, Ever Crisis, First Soldier. Ever Crisis is a fun mobile game. The only problem I have with Sony has Square has a big problem with mobile games. They design them where you have to live in them. They don't design them as mobile games. They design them where you have to grind 24 hours a day with your PC on with an auto clicker. And if you don't do that, you actually lose out. It's such a weird concept. I played their game Record Keeper. That was the same. I played War of Divisions. That is the same. It literally needs you to have your phone on 24/7. I mean, it got so bad with War of Divisions, they actually put a mode in there where you can leave your phone grinding overnight and it basically turns the display off so it doesn't consume your battery and doesn't damage your phone. So they know the problem is there. And Ever Crisis is just the same. MMO games need a large player base to ensure both enough players and enough money coming in to support the game and fund the future. I agree. Insane amount of Final Fantasy mobile games there is. But Mobius, I think, was the best one that had the best gameplay and the best graphics, and it didn't work because there was no microtransactions in the game. And very little, and it killed it. Fee Amory 199. Hi, I just got an Xbox Series X a month ago. Welcome to the Xbox family. I hope you're enjoying your console and enjoying Game Pass. Shikako 211. Thank you for that supporter plus. I hope you enjoy the content that's going to be coming. I appreciate it. And Nintendo makes money off physical products beyond games themselves. Amiibo and whatnot. Yeah, they make a lot of money off Amiibos, man. Especially the scalpers. The scalpers love Nintendo for the Amiibos.
I'm going to give Helldivers 2 this. It looks like it's...
Was my notifications working?
10-year-old computer. Which notifications?
On my
chats and stuff?
Yeah, did they pop up on thing?
Yeah.
Oh, they did, yeah?
Yeah, I saw them.
Okay.
I was just scrolled up a little bit.
I don't know, I mean, on the actual stream itself.
Yeah. Oh. I wasn't watching. Well, Fia Maria and Chicago 211 are showing at the top right.
Yeah, there should have been like an animation. I guess Stream Elements broke again.
I wasn't looking.
It should be like over the video, but it's not. I'm clicking on it for it to replay and it's not coming up, so that's fine. I'll fix it later. Thank you very much for the super chat and the actual membership. I very much appreciate it.
But I want to say that Helldivers 2 looks like about as graphically intensive as Destiny 1 when it first launched. It looks stellar for what it's supposed to be, but it doesn't look like it's anything special. The only thing that Helldivers 2 multiplayer-wise that I think is even doing right is the fact that you have literally a character class that is full-on support that runs around the battlefield actually reloading your friend's heavy weapons. Other than that, I don't see anything unique about Helldivers 2. So
yeah, but I do agree with Diablo. It does give that Starship Troopers vibe. Aside of that, Marines on the N64. I agree with that. A better JRPG on the era was Xenogears 7 is Quest 64. I really liked Xenosaga. Unfortunately, the original Xenosaga was banned in the UK. So we only got because the original Xenosaga was very religion focused, and it was basically talking about how man wasn't created by God and all this. It was another alien race that created civilization. Well,
funny enough, I had all three of them. I played through one, beat it, flagged my game, started and got about halfway through the second disc. The third one came out and I bought it, and I've still never opened it to this day. And I have it upstairs, and I never played it because at some point I lost my disc 2, so I never finished the second game, and I refused to play the third one without finishing the second one.
Yeah, the second one was actually really weak. The story wasn't really. It was more of a filler game, in all honesty.
I still wanted it because you flag your game and take it over like that.
Yeah, obviously. But it was really a filler. But yeah, the original one got banned, and I remember when I was working in like my weekend job at the time, and I was talking to my friend about it because I actually imported it from the US to play it. And he was like, yeah, I would never play that because of the religious implications. And I'm like, damn. I'm like,
Gotcha.
you're missing out, bud. You're missing out bad.
It was very good.
This is a great game. I actually tried to go back to it, but those graphics are pretty awful right now. They didn't age well. They did not age well.
Yeah, they didn't. Same thing can be said for the dot hacks, except for the remake one.
Yeah. I mean, look at this donkey over here. I'll call him a donkey because I don't even think calling him a pony at this point is worth it. Starfield, the game of the millennium, got absolutely decimated by Baldur's Gate 3 on Steam. Everything got decimated by Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
But do you know what? Number of units sold, Hogwarts Legacy being number 2, Baldur's Gate number 1. This is what was interesting to me. But you don't find this. Where's a single PlayStation game in here? They got God of War. Where are they?
Well, there's Resident Evil 4.
That's not a PlayStation game.
Armored Core.
Not a PlayStation game.
Armored Core 6 is.
It's not exclusive to PlayStation.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I got it on the PS5.
Exclusive?
I think so. I don't think Armored Core 6 came out for Xbox. And
Armored Core 6, PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, and Microsoft Windows.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong.
I was going to say, that didn't make sense.
I was wrong. I take my L.
So, not a single one there, but he's capping at at least Starfield is there. That clearly shows you how many units it sold. Does anyone know about this guy? He's been coming up with some like really, really dumb shit.
Alex Smith?
Yeah.
I've seen him popping up a few places. I don't know where he's getting his information, but I don't think he's been right once.
Not once. I don't think he's been right once. Hey, Miguel, go around. How's it going? From Software does play that exclusive game, but rarely. I know they do, but I was pretty sure that Armored Core was multi-plat. I think Ace Combat, not even Ace Combat 7. I think Ace Combat 7 was exclusive, but that's a different AC, right?
Yeah. There's also Assassin's Creed.
Is it this guy who said PlayStation was buying CDPR, or that film rights to Konami's biggest IPs were all bought by Sony, or that actually just go check his profile? And I said,
I think I first started seeing this Alex Smith guy, and he was the one who was trying to say that GTA 6 was giving their marketing rights to PlayStation.
Yep. And I was like, and Bandai Namco, 2K, and a bunch of others. I think he is just saying a bunch of stuff now, hoping that eventually one will stick and he will finally be able to say, after all of these attempts, I finally got one right. Because this guy, he genuinely believes what he's saying. Apparently, Indiana Jones' license value is highest after Spider-Man. Port of PlayStation 5 should already be like, he's literally coping. And I think what he's trying to do is become an industry insider by randomly guessing stuff. And he's just a joke.
I don't even... Who does he follow?
Him?
Yeah.
Who's he following?
Because Alex pulled this up on his live stream. And 90% of these people's followings, the top ones are like the big PlayStation. It's J-Dub.
It's King David, Risk It,
PlayStation
Machine Games.
These are Xboxes though. NC Soft, Blue Point. Okay, so I'm wrong.
MJ. You know what? As long as he's not following me, I'm okay with this. Because this guy is a complete tool.
He's following an awful lot of people.
But he's never once been right. Not once.
Big Xbox. Very big into Xbox. But he hasn't been right.
He's not been right once. Not once in his life has he been right. I said, if he had a blue check mark, I'd say he's doing it for engagement. But is this guy ever right? Dude, trust me. The document said Indiana Jones will be Xbox and PC exclusive. You will learn for the second time that there are documents and documents. So apparently, Matt Booty and Peter Hines was lying in court. Is this guy for real? Does he not know what the consequences is for lying under oath?
Yeah, baffling to no degree.
It's a big deal here to lie under oath. I'm pretty sure it's a big deal in the US too. But this one killed me. This one actually killed me. I think Bethesda games will come to PlayStation. Sure, Grandma. Let's get you to bed. This one really got me. It did.
I didn't see that one.
This one really got me. It sounds really fun.
That's messed up.
That was good, man. That was good. Oh, this one here. What's your source? The voices in my head revealed it. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. That post by Alex Smith is wishful thinking. Microsoft played for exclusivity and Disney isn't getting anything more given. I mean, Disney already said it's up to Bethesda if they want to make it multi-platform. We don't get involved with that. All we care about is the money. You give me the money, money. You can do what the hell you like.
Yep.
Please bring Xbox games to PS. Oh, the port begging continues. The port begging continues.
Why does my stream keep lagging?
Sounds like Alex Smith gets his info from Resetera. Zero, pretty much. You might have gotten flagged that Moogle go round. What's going on with Moogle go round? Okay, that's strange. My Chili account won't have a message appear in the chat. That means Chili, if that's happening, it means you might have said something and it's either been flagged or someone reported you and you've been basically restricted for 24 hours. Or 24 to 48 hours. What did you do? Did you start, did you dress up as a penguin again? Hey, look, there was a challenge at the end of last year where if they got to 1,100 followers on Twitch, he would be in a penguin suit. I really wanted to see that penguin suit. We couldn't get him there, but I did try. I really tried to get him into that penguin suit. I do not have a fetish with a grown man in a penguin suit. Someone will definitely clip that out of context. Don't do that. Helldivers is discount Earth Defense Forces. I loved Earth Defense Forces.
I have all of them.
Fee Emery, I'm drowning in games. I hope you really enjoy the games. I hope you have a great time. And yeah, if you're ever looking for advice on what to play or what to look at, we've got a bunch of amazing people in here who can direct you to some really, really cool games. You can feel free to join my Discord as well. A bunch of the people here are actually in my Discord, so we can also help you along the way. But yeah, apparently that penguin suit that challenge might still be on, so he just needs to get to 1,100 followers on Twitch. I think he needs like 20 followers, so if not for him, do it for me. I want to see it. Don't judge me. I just want to see it. It's like one of those things where you just had to be there.
Now, see, I originally liked the early Earth Defense Force game. Not the old original for like Super Nintendo, but the one for, I think it was PS3 was the original. No, it was Xbox. Xbox 360 had the original. And I played it I was in the military. It looks like a bad B-rated movie, but you know what? The gameplay loop and the amount of levels that it offers and the different types of weapons that you can get made it all worth it.
Yeah.
It's a stupid low-res game, but it works wonders. And it's only gotten better out of time. I do think Insect Armageddon could have been a little bit better. And mind you, that one was, I believe, the only one that was... No, Insect Armageddon was multi-plat. But anyway, I've had all of them, and I'm waiting for 6 to come out, which is supposed to be 2025.
He says, I nearly pissed myself when I saw that first meme. This is a good meme. This is really good. But the one thing I will say is Jim Ryan made it perfectly clear during the FTC trial that had the tables been reversed and Sony were going to buy Activision Blizzard, all of those games would be exclusive to PlayStation. There would be no Call of Duty on Xbox, nothing. The same would apply with Bethesda and ZeniMax games. Nothing would be on PlayStation, Xbox. He made that perfectly clear. So, you know, for people saying that PlayStation fans deserve it and they should have it, if Jim Ryan is coming out and making that sort of statement, you know, under oath, then no, they don't deserve nothing. I'm sorry. They deserve absolutely nothing. And they can blame their overlord for that. I don't care who they blame. But the reality is, that is what he said. And you only go by your leader, even though they did boot him out. That's what he said.
Bethesda games were timed exclusives or exclusive to PlayStation, it would devastate the modding communities for them. No, I don't think so.
Well, Sony only allows a certain amount of mods. So it would...
So does Xbox.
No, they're going to allow for everything.
Yeah, but you could still only have on a console up to 100 mods.
That was on the previous gen. We don't know what it is for this gen. That was on the Xbox One. I don't think so. Well, at least I'm hoping so.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Oblivion's going to come out. Skyrim hasn't been updated yet to either the PS5 or the Xbox Series X and S. And of course, Starfield, which is about to be the first wave launch.
Get all
what
the
happened
ED
with
games
Spider-Man 2 and why is no one talking about it anymore?
That's the whole point. EDF games. ED sounds wrong.
Who's an ex-PlayStation developer?
Alex Smith.
Oh.
So this one's actually really cool. Akira Toriyama goodness. Count us in. Coming to Xbox as well. I think this is multi-plat. But Sandland is April 26th. Now, something that Moogle, Chili said, there's a leak for a Ubisoft game coming next week.
At the developer direct, probably.
Chili, do you actually know what it is? Because you're gonna fill me in. I won't talk about it until it's actually leaked, but it will give me some heads up to prepare something for a video. So you need to contact me outside of here to let me know. I don't say anything in here. You tell me, in private. The whole Swisseroonie. But we can leave that discussion there. This is pretty much gonna be like it's a weird game. Let's see if
it looks like a Dragon Quest style.
Yeah, it is. Just looking to see if the galleries are content is locked. Oh, there we go.
It looks like a mixture of.
It's like Dragon Ball. It's basically Akira Toriyama.
Dragon Quest and Dragon Ball.
Hey, look, Metal Gear, eat your heart out. So it looks interesting. I'm interested in this. I'm personally interested in this. It's coming April the 26th. You can pre-order now for Xbox.
Okay, it's Bandai Namco.
Yeah. That's a whole bunch of stuff there. I mean, everyone that loves Akira Toriyama is gonna go for this, right? I mean, Blue Dragon was also by Akira as well. One of the reasons I actually played Blue Dragon.
Right.
I see Susano is excited for Sandland. Alex Smith was I'm scared to say, is that a janitor or junior at PlayStation Studios? No. Because if that was supposed to say janitors, It's still finding it funny.
Not a fan of exclusivity, but if it has to happen, only first parties should be exclusive on a permanent basis. Third parties should expire after a year at most. Yeah, I can agree with that. Anywhere from 1 month to a year, exclusive third parties.
No, I agree with that. But for third party games, like look at it. Previously,
Yeah.
right during the 360 era, when Microsoft was doing like exclusive map packs for Call of Duty at the time because they were just pulling ahead, it would be for like 6 weeks or a month or 2 months. It never really exceeded that. When Sony does it, it's for a year. Right? There's a clear difference in how the two companies work. One, yeah, we'll get it a few weeks ahead of you. The other one, screw you. You know, no one's going to be playing the previous Call of Duty when the new one is out. Like they had that whole new game mode that came out with not the last Call of Duty, but the one before, I think it was, that was exclusive for a whole year. And I'm like, well, I'm just not going to buy it at all.
Vanguard? Talking about Vanguard?
No, it might have been the one after then.
Warzone.
It might have been Warzone. I'm not sure which one it was, but it had like it was one specific game mode that was exclusive for a whole year. Like, who does that? I get like having it exclusive for like 2 months, 3 months, whatever. But for a whole year, they did the same thing with Destiny, right? Where they had exclusive exotic weapons for 3 years and exclusive strikes for 3 years. So I've got no sympathy for Sony for stuff like that. I actually despise that sort of practice. You know, a couple of months here, a couple of months there, fine. But Sony kind of set the groundwork for that. So I agree. Like when it comes to third-party games, timed exclusivity should always be the thing. But as for the duration, do whatever you need to do at this point because Sony, I think, set the
Chris,
standard
I
for that.
100% agree with you. They are probably going to tune in. They are dreading what is going to be shown. And yes, they still have not gotten that super secret showcase that they were expecting at the end of last year.
They did. It's at Pornhub. What they need to do is just go search for Overwatch and they'll find it.
Oh, God. Don't tell them that.
And that would ruin Sony's whole strategy. PS2 was built on third party. It was. It was. Xbox only done map packs for a month. Yeah, I remember something like that. But if that was Sony doing it, it would have been like for a year.
Wasn't that Modern Warfare 3?
Even Black Ops had it. Which is my favorite Call
Ops,
of Duty.
Black Ops 2 and 3 both had that, yeah.
Need Blue Dragon 2. See, Edward knows. Edward knows. We do need that Blue Dragon 2.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox third-party exclusive that's coming out that might not even come to any other system. But so does PlayStation. You know, they've got third-party exclusives like Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy 16. Is Silent Hill 2 a timed exclusive, or is that perma exclusive as well?
I think that one's permanently exclusive.
Exactly. So it works both ways. I mean, but Sony does it a hell of a lot more.
Oh, absolutely, they do it a lot more. But most of the time, they only do it with games that are what type of genre? Third party or third person, over the shoulder, story, narrow driven adventure.
PlayStation 5. Oh, chitty. Mickle Go Around Radio. Porn Station 5.
Oh,
Blue Dragon 3 technically.
Most games at steep discounts pre-ordering, often with Bandai's games. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And how about that trailer at the VGAs when they dropped that they're going to be making the next Budokai Tenkaichi game? That's the best of all the Dragon Ball games ever, except for one. But they're not going to remake that one because it was a PS1 game. Final Bout.
What's your thoughts on this one? You guys know my position on hardware sales, right? And how I feel about that. The hardware sale is important. A lot of people don't agree with that statement. A lot of people say that, you know, the console being, you know, the main factor being Game Pass is what's important. Now, I think I covered this in my last video, but I just wanted to talk about it a little here. How do you feel about the fact that Konami just? I mean, these games aren't going to be expensive, right? I mean, you can see it right here. They are NES games, Game Boy games, and I'm not saying that they would sell well. I don't. They're going to be for a niche collector, right? But the fact that they
Absolutely.
skipped Xbox, I think, is the point that I was making. A lot of people actually reached out to me after that video and said, "Well, look, it's not like anyone wants those games. That's not the point that's being made here."
I do believe that those games are actually on Xbox already.
Not the remastered versions.
No, not the remasters, but the
The
original
original.
versions.
Yeah. But these are the remastered versions. They've been redone, upscaled.
And I think that's the only reason why, in all honesty, that they are skipping the Xbox version as of right now.
It still doesn't make sense. They could
I
have.
don't know if it's going to be permanently off of Xbox for the remastered versions.
Still, why didn't they just release it digitally? Like, give the option. They just didn't port this version of it. And the point I'm making is, they are skipping. Smaller companies are choosing to skip.
Yeah.
Konami isn't the force that they used to be. You know, if you're looking at what they're doing right now, they're just re-releasing old PS1 games left, right, and center, trying to milk the franchises that they've already got.
Let's see what the chat's saying about it.
But this is my concern about the whole console not selling enough units. I don't want this to be a case where third-party companies start to cherry pick what games come onto Xbox, because, like I said in my video, and I'll say it here, for me, as an Omni gamer, PC, Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, it doesn't affect me. But you know, not everyone is going to be fortunate enough to have every console and a powerful PC to play their games. So there are people that pick one platform, and that's their platform of choice for the whole generation. Stuff like this doesn't, you know, it affects those people, and that's what I'm against. Susano, that's the thing. If it was being released digitally only anyway, it wouldn't be a problem. But it's actually not coming full stop from what I've deigned.
Now, Chili, I had Xenoverse and Xenoverse 2. They were all right, but they were very grindy. And the stories, you know, timey-wimey repeat of a whole bunch of stuff, it got very stale very quickly.
Devastator says, to be fair, Chaos Prime, Konami makes a lot of bad decisions. They make a lot of bad decisions. That's an understatement of the millennium. They make more bad decisions than Sony, and that's saying something.
More and more bad decisions as of late, too.
But we've started, boys. We've started. There might be 2 showcases this year, not just one. Lord. They've given up hoping for one. There might be 2 showcases this year.
And you know, Microsoft Xbox has already stated that they are going to drop a big budget AAA title every quarter this year. At least every quarter.
I mean, Susano, it depends how often you want to go to Pornhub. Lots of showcases there. Loads. Not that I would know. Sega would be interesting. I think Sega would be an interesting buy for them. I think that's the most logical buy for them right now.
Yeah.
I can't see them buying Capcom. Capcom are doing so well, and I know they said they don't want to be bought, but no company in their right mind is going to turn around and say, hey, I want to be bought.
I can honestly see Xbox coming out with like Sega's revenge for PlayStation, putting them into the third-party market publisher like they are after what happened to them.
Devastator, that would be actually. I'm good. I'm happy or excited for the new Dragon Ball game. I've never been into them personally myself. I've played 1 or 2, but they're not for me. But I know, like, it's a huge following. My kids used to love them as well. Now all they play is Valorant. So I need help with an intervention with these kids. Like a huge intervention. Big budget game or highly anticipated title every quarter. Um, yeah, but I think with the way Microsoft are doing it now, they've got. I think they can release like instead of it being 4 games a year, like big games, with the amount of studios that they have, I can easily see them littering in another 4 to 8 games throughout the year to just keep the subscription going. In all honesty, I think a minimum of if they go like 1 game every 2 months, I think is or 1 game. Like, they'll have like a big massive game every quarter, but for the rest of the months, they put in like a AA game, and then they litter some of the Activision games and Blizzard games that are backwards compatible into there as well. That will keep subscription numbers going. Because the aim of the game right now is subscription. Keep people engaged within the subscription. That is it. And so they want to space that out as much as possible to keep that engagement going.
Mm-hmm. I will say I am looking forward to PAX this year, Susanna. PAX is going to be something else because remember, E3 is supposed to be canceled. It's supposed to be completely finished. So anybody who's waiting for that showcase isn't going to happen. Xbox and PlayStation are going to have to make their own, and
Well, for
then
PAX.
the only other thing that's outside of that is PAX.
Oh yeah, E3's gone. But I'm more
Yeah.
intrigued at what Moogle said. I mean, original Xbox was going to be Dreamcast 2. That is actually correct. It was supposed to be.
Yep.
That's why in America, Shenmue 2 was placed only on the Xbox. But what copyright issues was there? I never really heard about that. I know the Windows OS being on there, which was actually a double-edged sword with how easy it was to pirate that console, unfortunately. But
The reason why Sega went under, from what I understand, after the Dreamcast launched, and the reason why it didn't get very many games or very much love is because they were having a lot of street date breaks,
nah, that
and
wasn't why they went down. You want to know why they went down?
they got sued.
Nope. EA went off their platform. EA didn't release a single game on that console. And if you're losing a big, like, no matter how much people say that they don't like EA, they hold such a commanding role or spot within any console. You remove EA from, say, PlayStation, they've lost FIFA, they've lost Madden, they've lost Star Wars at the time anyway. You know,
That is true.
they lose so many big titles, right? It's catastrophic. And so Sega's disagreement with EA for whatever it was meant that EA basically pulled out from the Dreamcast entirely. They didn't release a single game throughout its whole lifetime. They basically boycotted the Dreamcast, and that is one of the big reasons. And I remember the final draw for people with the Dreamcast was Half-Life. Valve actually made Half-Life. They finished Half-Life. The game went gold. And then on the last second, they decided to pull it and not release it. And I think it was like about 6 months later, someone leaked the actual code for the game to the internet so people could play it. And it's fully playable. It runs beautifully on the Dreamcast. It looked great as well. The game was made. It was done. They just decided on the last minute to cancel it. And that was the final straw for most people with a Dreamcast. That was it. At that point, they realized that nothing is coming of value. It was all just arcade ports. But EA was the big thing for them. EA really hurt them really bad.
DBZ Fighters was good, just didn't like it was Tag Assist Fighter.
Shenmue 3 not being on Xbox is because Sony funded it. Sony funded a huge portion of that game. That's the only reason.
That's what the PS Portal is actually for, Pornhub.
Zubitech is such a Sony show. Yeah.
They already take it onto the toilet with them, so I could purposely see them doing that, especially little kids, going in there.
Yeah, the Dreamcast Moogle was so easy to pirate. I mean, you either had a swap disc or in the end they actually started releasing the games with the bootloader put onto it. It was not good. EA was a power play for generations. Yeah. So, EA coming off. Don't forget Sony buying. They're never buying EA. Although it's only like four. I think I was surprised when I saw EA was worth like 35 to 40 billion. I thought they'd be worth more. Or was it million?
Mm,
It was billion, right?
I don't know.
I thought they were worth a lot more than what they said. So this is the stuff about Sea of Thieves. In today's game file, what I've heard about Xbox bringing Sea of Thieves to PlayStation, a key new stat about gaming layoffs in 22. Netflix tells me they're not developing new interactive shows, but past projects will influence. But, for some reason, Sea of Thieves makes sense to me. Jeff Grubb
Yeah, I
again
can
on
see
Sea
it.
of Thieves and other first party games going. I mean, when they say other first party, if they want to take Pentiment, I guess that's okay. Pentiment, I don't think anyone's going to complain about. I think the ones that people are being really protective of are the big hitter first party titles like Blade, Starfield, Fallout 5, Elder Scrolls 6, Fable, Forza, Gears of War, Halo. They don't want those games going. But the small, indie games and, the kind of multiplayer games, I don't think most people have a problem. But at the same time, the question will always arise. When people say, when more people play, everyone wins, why don't they say that to Sony? They will never say that. But, then we come to what's really important for PlayStation. The amount of ass tweets I've seen about Stellar Blade.
Oh, Jesus.
How many tracks with Pornhub, right?
Yeah.
It tracks. It tracks.
It also shows that they've never seen a real woman because they don't go outside. And which is even more hilarious that she is actually a scanned-in model with accentuated ass and hips.
She doesn't look that different to what the model showed here. I mean, the hips definitely.
Ass and hips are the only things that are enlarged on her.
Yep.
I think the boobs are kind of properly
But
proportioned.
I've got no problem with that.
From the photo shoot that they took of her.
Yeah, personally, I've got no problem with that.
No, not at all.
Not if you look at what they did to your Forager.
I will say that there was some weird Xbox fanboys that were trying to say that a real person like this doesn't actually exist.
It's not just fanboys. Even media pundits were saying that it doesn't exist, and to me, that's just stupid.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Wayne's World, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Wayne.
Pennies deserve squat. Hey, Fee is in that proper Xbox spirit. I love it. Watch when Sea of Thieves lands on PlayStation. Ponies will start calling it a really good game. Of course they will. They've already started to say that.
They already have. Yep. They're even doing that with Starfield now.
Oh yeah. I've seen that as well. Like I've seen so many tweets where they're saying, I really hope Starfield comes over to PlayStation. I'm really looking forward to playing it. And I'm like, just go sign up to Game Pass and play it.
Not to mention those exact same people not 2-3 months ago were a part of the clickbait crowd that were trying to say, oh, we're review bombing Starfield. We're doing our part.
I went outside and broke my wrist. I'll stay inside. Maybe you should. But I'm sure you'll find the courage to venture outside once again.
That's just bad.
I still think Xbox is doing a bad job explaining what you get with the pass. What do you mean, Susano? Always a great day when Chaos streams. Keep up the great work, man. Thanks, Jess. I appreciate it. Again, for those that joined, sorry I started quite late today. Lots of problems in just my daily life at the moment. Some of you may be aware, I'm not aware, but yeah, at the end of the day, we started a bit late today, so we're going to go a little bit longer today, so enjoy it.
See, the difference, Chili, with being a Sony fanboy and being a Twitter fanboy of Sony is you can actually have an intelligent conversation to argue your point. They just argue PlayStation good, Xbox bad at any cost.
Bold man. You can't
And they don't
find
even care if they're right or wrong. They just say it. And a perfect example, Japan hates Xbox.
Why am I hyping up Xbox and Nintendo so much today? Must be tired. And I thought, no, you're just realizing that it's the way of the norm. Boldpack says you can't pine over chicks because mad dudes be doing the mocap. Man, I've seen so many people having a go, and people have saying that this isn't realistic. This isn't what women look like, and there are women out there that look like this. Well, not with those butt cheeks, but you know,
I
as
do think that they also might have cinched her waist in the character a little bit more than the model 2.
but what does it matter?
Absolutely none. Look at Bayonetta.
Exactly. You know,
And it's funny because they want to claim that this is sexist and all of that because it's a sexualized woman with everything. And I've even seen some of the tweets saying PlayStation out here teaching young kids right, and it's a picture of like this of her ass, and then the other one was Black Cat sitting on Spider-Man, like side by side pictures, and this is literally almost a one-for-one copy. I mean, the game isn't out, so obviously we don't know. But so far, all we know about it is that it's basically a one-for-one copy of Bayonetta, which was written by a female and admits that she purposely made it sexualized.
yeah, but it's what sells. It's what people want to look at.
Absolutely. But because this was written by a man, it's sexist.
I don't get it. I mean, if you look at Nikkei, what are they calling that game then?
Ooh.
I don't think. Where is it? Hold on. God damn it. I don't think most people know you're getting more than just games with Game Pass. I agree. There seems to be that misconception of what Game Pass actually is in that regard. I often, like, when people ask like what they should buy, I give them the rundown of PlayStation and then I explain to them what Game Pass is. And they're quite surprised often. So, I mean, we all know Microsoft's marketing is horrendous. They need to, bring in a whole team of new marketers. It's awful. Their marketing team is just outright bad. I don't get it. They need to invest more in that. She looked like she's damn rap. Grew up with women that dress like this. Hey, Susanna, you need to show me where you grew up. We're sounding plastic surgery anyway.
Shame on
Fee
you,
says
Chaos.
they're called tweeds. Hey, but my missus saw this woman. Even she said she looks hot and amazing.
Yes, Devastator. Stellar Blade character Eve
Is
is
modeled
modeled
after.
after
Yeah.
Shijun, I
Yep.
think is her
Shinji.
name.
Yeah, Shunji. I think. Uh,
Shin Jae-un.
don't like it. Play something else. Exactly, Susanna. This to me comes off like those fake rapper beefs. It's marketing. Um, it's just weird, right? It's just weird. And don't they know BBL exists? Yeah, but you'll never see. Look, like I said, all these. I've always said this, right? This has been my view for the longest time. I get all this. People feel like it's shaming people. It's making. Apparently, it makes women feel inferior. It makes males have these unrealistic expectations of women. Yet you will never see a size 50 or 60 woman in a video game or a size 50 and a 60 man in the game. Right? You will never see that. Why? Because they know that won't sell. It's that simple. I mean, if they care for diversity, inclusion, and whatnot, why is it only catering for those that are size 12, 14 waist? What about the size 50 waists? Ain't they human? I mean, they're big. Clearly there's a problem there. But at the end of the day, they exist as a person. So why aren't they being represented?
Apollo, that is a very bad super chat. I just read it.
Why aren't they being represented? Can't wait for Splatoon stars. Wait, I mean, film stars. You know what? I'm actually looking forward to that game. I am because
From what I hear, it's not only a Splatoon ripoff, but every mechanic that they have that Splatoon has does it worse.
I mean, I didn't say I'm gonna play it religiously. It just the
Now,
beta. I never got to play the beta. They did for the weekend because it wasn't working
right?
for me. Even when I downloaded it, it just wouldn't let me log in, so I gave up.
Yep. Even Dreamcast guy was saying that he had troubles with servers like that.
Yeah, I just gave up. So, but you know, when it comes out, I'll give it a try. It's something that I want to try out. It's not a game like with Splatoon. It's a game that I pick up every once in a while. I play and I put down. Foam Stars will be exactly the same, but I think it can do well if they do it right. You, Jeffy, go in on Jean Grey wearing winter clothes and the Wolverine leaks. I haven't seen that. Wayne's World, sex sells. It does. You know, no matter which way you look at it, it does. It does. And Apollo, thank you for that super chat, by the way. It makes no sense to support them. In a way, the charge of sexism is correct, but that sells. I have bigger question about gameplay, but it's likely to sell. You know, have you all seen what they've done to what the Street Fighter 6 collaboration for Spy X Family looks like? Have you guys seen it? Yeah. The animation is not appearing on my thing. I'll have to fix that. So apologies for that, chat. But there's no reason why that doesn't work. It should work, and it's not, and I don't know why. Let's put that right to the top and see if that will work.
More money poured in the game than they'd make off of a delusional
fan there you base. Go. Now it's working. That's how it should appear.
Hey, there we go.
No, it's just going to continue to do it.
Bollocks, bare fat PCs and video games. It's almost 1-to-1. Film stars might be a big success.
Okay, that's now working. Them nachos, man.
Like stem cells.
They make 3 billion a quarter. They don't need the breadcrumbs they would make. Bollocks, bare fat PCs and monetization. I mean, it is. And at the end of the day, you don't see a fat Dante, do you? No one cares about a fat Dante. Everyone wants to see that super, decked out 6-pack Dante. They don't want to see me in the video game. If they saw me in the video game, that would be straight off. They wouldn't stay on for long. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys saw the video where my wife and where I was reacting, and I got the missus in to look at some of the characters that were, where they were side by side with the actual representations, and her reaction was like,
her timed responses were so superbly perfect.
It's like she looked at one of them and said, "What the F? What is that?" It was like, what? You thought Aloy was a boy?
Yep.
What did they do to you? You know what? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
That particular picture of Aloy is not the very most flattering of profiles for that character. She does look better than that. I don't know how they got that damn picture, but my God.
Where is it? They did some. They murdered it. I mean, it's going to be in my video tomorrow, but where is it? Because they absolutely butchered her.
I think the Nintendo fan base might be worth a port or two. I think Hi-Fi Rush would be ridiculous on Switch.
I
can see it.
It's not here. It was shown at CES. So this is what they corrected it with. Because the modding community immediately went in and corrected it to that because it looked so bad. There it is. There it is. Say hello to your new Yor. There's your Yor.
That makes her look so unflattering.
What do you think? I mean, I genuinely don't understand why the Western market is doing this. I don't get it. And the worst part of all this, right? The worst part of all this, I'm kind of worried to show this because Capcom is actually issuing strikes left, right, and center to people right now, like channel strikes. But I'm guessing this would be okay. Like if I show that picture there, open image in a new tab. Because Capcom actually, this is the animation trailer that they released. This is actually a fully animated trailer. That is what Yor looked like when she was fighting Chun-Li. And that's what we get. I'm sorry, but that's nightmare fuel.
I mean, it looks...
That's nightmare fuel. What looks better?
Yeah.
That? Or that?
The gameplay, they made her look like she's regressed like 20 years.
Don't get me wrong, she has a fine butt, but she's no Chie. I get that. But, you know, it's like stuff like this. I just don't get why they're doing it. I think the Nintendo fan base might be worth a port or two. I think Hi-Fi Rush would go ridiculous. I think it would. And I think if it went to Switch, I think it'd be fine. Street Fighter 6 did my go. You're wrong. Has the guest camera always been on?
I got you.
It's been on and off. He's been switching it on and off throughout.
That should be better.
Yeah, you're back on now. But you've been putting it on and off because he said he was going to be putting it on and off throughout the stream. My eyes. So I'm guessing none of you are happy with this, right? You're joking.
Bad.
I like it. She's got a face like she's been in a few dozen fights that emerge.
Well, considering she's from the game Street Fighter, that's probably a safe assumption.
It's mad. Like I said, to me, it's just, I don't understand why they do this.
You're joking? Oh, God.
Why did they dress a baboon in your costume? You think that's bad? You think that's bad? What is it?
Oh, what are you pulling up now?
You think that's bad? That's the main character from Gravity Rush. This is how the people at Sony have designed the main character for Gravity Rush, Cat. Kid got me distracted. You've all heard of Gravity Rush, right?
Yeah. I've heard of it.
Okay, that's a bad picture. That's a really bad picture. Maybe. Yeah, that should do.
Show the bad one. How much worse can it get?
So that's what she looks like in game. And that's her now. Oh, that's Cat. That is Cat.
Okay, then.
I've heard of it. I must be mixing it up with something else. I thought it was that guitar game. No, Gravity Rush is actually a really, really good game. It utilized, I think it was on the Vita, but the whole gravity thing was really cool because it actually used the gyro of your handheld console to control the gravity. It was really awesome. It was a really awesome gimmick that actually worked. That is just, why are they even bothering? I mean, they just need to start just removing people from making these games, and this is what the actual actors are supposed to look like, and you get that. Like, just go away. Like, seriously, this is real Gravity Rush. It's like, that's what she's supposed to be. That's the anime that they released, the 20-minute AMV video.
I hope they fired that character designer.
I don't know. They're being praised to high heaven at the moment
I
for
mean,
for being
the
real
character
and
model
creative.
itself, the character model in the cartoon picture and the character model in the game, individually, they are not bad. They look decently all right. But to say that it's the same character,
Did they fire
I
the
don't
character
know.
designer?
I
Oh
don't
no,
know
they
if they
didn't.
designed the character in the game after the girl in the anime, or the girl in the anime after the character in the game, but the two don't meet.
No, but they're still being praised to high heaven because they are being realistic and showcasing what a woman is actually supposed to look like.
And no, Susanna, you're thinking of Hi-Fi Rush. The Gravity Rush is not that.
Still a Blade will get the same treatment. It already kind of has. People are saying that a real woman doesn't look like this, so Shift Up decided that they would basically showcase the actual model that was actually modeled off this. And sure, some of the proportions were a little more, exaggerated for the character, but for the most part, it's the same model. It looks like the model, and that's the most important part. The actual facial animation, it looks like the actual model. And, I'd say about 80% of the body is also pretty much a one-to-one match. And what people were saying was real women don't look like that. And it's just like completely being discriminating against women that do look like that.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, where is it? Where is it again? Let me give you guys a bit more nightmare fuel.
I do think that they smoothed out her face a little bit for the most part.
Yeah, look at that.
Between the model to the character, it actually fits. It at least looks like her, unlike some of the previous ones, like Mary Jane.
I remember it now. They're just old games. They are old games, but I really like it. Because why are they being praised for putting baboons in cosplay? You know what I mean? Once Stellar Blade gets to the Sony sensors, it will look different. That's my fear, Joseph. At the end of the day, have you not heard of a game called Blue Protocol? That game is already being censored to high heaven on PlayStation. The Xbox version isn't censored, which a lot of people in Japan are really happy with, but the PlayStation version is being censored to high heaven. So it'll be interesting to see how that does in Japan. My kid, my ADHD can't handle the back and forth. That's why I'll never stop calling people like Ryan McCaffrey the frauds that they truly are. What a switch up depending on circumstances. And so Ryan McCaffrey said, where is it? I know this was years ago, right? Please spare me all of your exclusives are bad for the industry. Takes Xbox fans, I'm commenting on what I see. Final Fantasy 16 is a huge get for Sony. It's a business. If Xbox had trotted out anything remotely this big as exclusive, you'd be celebrating it loudly. So Rise of the Tomb Raider is an Xbox exclusive, and in my opinion, nobody wins in that scenario, except Microsoft and petty fanboys. A real big contrast in takes there, right?
Yeah.
And this was more recently, but you've had a whole year to play it for free as part of your Game Pass sub. I'd call that a pretty damn good deal for anyone invested in the Xbox ecosystem. You just don't want anyone else to have your toys, even after you've long since stopped playing them. And yet he then turns around and says, I'm commenting on what I see. Final Fantasy 16 is a huge get. Like, this dude has the biggest change in views ever. Like when it goes to PlayStation, he's all for exclusivity and it's a fantastic gaming model. But when it comes to Xbox, it's a bad business model and it shouldn't be there. Like what? Gun Valkyrie? I like that game. And the character and the art style.
Yeah.
This is an old game. I think I've got this. Yep. I did feel betrayed when I went into the game though. But that was a box art. They knew what sold. They knew what sold from back then.
Mm-hmm.
They did. But I actually enjoyed this game. This game was a good game. That's much more. But yeah, I don't know what it is with Ryan McCaffrey. He keeps calling himself a Xbox fanboy, and yet then makes comments like these that completely contradict everything he's saying.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's so weird. I haven't watched this. It's a minute long. I didn't even listen to it, but Sony broke him. The fact that it broke him, I actually wanted to listen to this. I know, I'm an evil person. But what can I say? You know, watching the salty tears of my PlayStation brethren brings joy to my life. Especially with the shit that I've got going on in my life right now.
Blood ring called and she wants her arse back.
What's that?
Faye Emery says blood rain called and she wants her ass back.
She had a good one too. So it needs fire sensors. Wait till you see what they've done with Blue Protocol. It's completely censored. It's holding quite well on Xbox as a minor presence. Yeah. Rewind. This is LCG. They made a lot of those. The only problem I had with them was that there was a bit of learning curve. There was.
Chris, I don't see Baby Steps coming out this year.
It's going to be PlayStation exclusive, right? It's going to be literally the forefront of their flagship thing.
No, that's Concord.
No. It's going to be Baby Steps.
I think it's going to be their flagship launch for 2025. Like Q1 January of 2025.
Let's see what MBG has to say.
I will say there's only like 2 first-party games that are supposed to come out PlayStation exclusive this year, and the first one didn't do so hot already.
Nope. By the way, any idea when Alone in the Dark is coming? That game seems to constantly get delayed because it can't find a window to release. It's already delayed its release 3 times.
Don't know.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say. Because I haven't actually watched this yet. I just saw Sony broke and I thought I'd tag on to it.
Me either.
Is that audio? No, there's no audio. Why is there no audio? Okay, let's enable this. This will put... Yeah, I realized. The thing broke again. The browser source. It's fine. I'll have it coming out from my PC.
Sony will announce stuff when they're ready. They will. It's as simple like it. I learned this the hard way last year, dude. Even after the showcase last year, I still wanted to believe there's going to be a second showcase. There has to be. And a lot of people were telling me, they're like, MBG, bro, that's it. Like, they just don't have anything ready to show, man. That's it. Maybe next year. And I held on to that for a little while. And I held on to the rumor. Even last year, we got so many different rumors from different people. oh, I heard there's going to be a second showcase. There's going to be a second showcase. There was never a fucking second showcase. And it's just, I'm over it at this point. I'm over listening to any insider, any rumors regarding PlayStation shows, PlayStation events, because it just doesn't matter.
He is down bad, and that's a really good frame I caught him on. Anyone want to take a screenshot and decide to do some Photoshop with that? But he's down bad right now.
I wouldn't even be
I
surprised
can
at this
see
point
Josh
if Sony
taking a very
spites these
good
people.
picture
They
of
do
that.
things out of spite now. You get an insider that leaks a correct date for a show.
Wow.
Sony will delay that shit by a week just to spite that person. I'm just kidding, of course. I don't know if Sony would ever do that. But it's frustrating, man. It's frustrating.
He's down bad, man. He is down bad. Oh, man. Kazan's Rise of Ronin is not going to sell well as Dragon's Dogma 2 releases the same day. Dragon's Dogma is going to murder that game, honestly. There's no way I can see Rise of Ronin outselling Dragon's Dogma. There is just so much people are looking forward to that game. I can see a future where Xbox is so big everyone wants their games on it, especially if I get Nintendo titles in the mix. They keep doing day-and-date Game Pass remains affordable. I mean, yeah, I can see that. And when they do exclusive content for COD on Xbox, that'll move the needle a good margin. Yeah, after the 10-year deal is up, I think the games will, because that's the parity deal, right? The games will still be on PlayStation because they have to by law, because they gave, he made a declaration under oath that as long as there is a PlayStation, they will have Call of Duty. But the parity deal is for 10 years. After that, it's fair game, and you're going to be seeing all sorts of exclusives coming to it. But yeah, this guy is down bad, man. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. It's not real life, bro. That'll be a Sony show this year. You think so? But they don't have enough material. I actually want to cover that in a little bit, Edward. I do want to cover that topic because there's actually a key part to the Sony showcase that may appear later this year that I want to discuss with you all. Did you guys hear about this? That Twitch is not profitable, and that Amazon is now taking a lot of the risk and revenue. It's actually doing quite bad. Listen to it.
That we've implied this before, where we say we need to run it sustainably, but I'll be blunt. We aren't profitable at this point. Amazon has been extremely supportive of Twitch, and a big thing for being sustainable over time is ensuring that we don't lose money. And that's a big part of my job because that's going to be what makes sure we can be here for long term. That we've implied this before, where we say we need to run it sustainably, but I'll be blunt. We aren't profitable at this point.
Okay, so that's actually quite scary, and Amazon isn't the type of company, as we've seen, that takes losses lightly. I know Twitch is one of the entry points to Amazon and whatnot. They have that whole crossover thing with Prime and Office of Service, but if Amazon decide to, split Twitch from itself, Twitch can close down. That's that thought is quite scary.
And it makes me wonder how YouTube is so profitable enough to stay afloat.
They're upset about the Sea of Thieves and the Hi-Fi Rush rumors, not because of the reasons that you think. More that Microsoft doesn't need to put it there, so why are they putting it there? They don't need the money. Sony need the money, but Microsoft don't need the money, so why are they putting it there? And like I said, I think it's because of the FTC. And in a game like Sea of Thieves, I think it makes sense anyway. And anyway, that's even if it is going to PlayStation. We don't know if it's going to PlayStation.
I think it's already been debunked that it's even going to the Switch.
We don't know. But there is a document out there for a game that was filed last year that is going to every single platform. Now, what would be funny is if that was an Elder Scrolls expansion. That would be really funny. Because
I could see that.
that would be really funny. Or like a Fallout 76 expansion. That would be hilarious, right?
I think so.
So the last few that I've got here are a bit sad. So this is and last you may I'm hoping you don't like this guy. Japan hates Xbox, but if you do, my condolences for your sanity. But he actually went out and he decided that he is going to create multiple Twitter accounts all about hates Xbox. And it actually gets worse.
How can you get worse?
He then listed all of them here and he basically liked his own tweet with his own accounts.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Dude made 8 other accounts and thanked himself.
Why is my...
You gotta be a special. I mean, look at it. You gotta be a special kind of. You gotta be a special kind of sad weirdo to do this, man. I mean, you've got to be a special kind of weirdo. That's special. That's special, man. This is the type where you turn around and say, "Okay, mate. Okay. Asylum is this way." No, not the prison asylum. The mental asylum. This is just like, imagine making 8 different accounts and actually turning around and liking yourself because no one else likes your opinion.
Doesn't he have like 100 followers too?
I don't know. I've blocked him. He makes so many racist remarks. I can't take it. I genuinely can't.
He
take
also has a Patreon, right?
I don't. I literally. I watched one of his videos that someone posted on Twitter at the time, and it was just full of pure racism.
Yeah, I remember. I've seen both of the 2 videos he's put out,
and I can't deal with that. It was full with
thankfully,
just too
those
much
are the only
stars.
2 videos that he's putting out.
Gypsies hate Xbox. Where's your proof in that? Now this one over here. I remember once upon a time, a pony made a declaration like this.
Hi-Fi Rush will never be on PS5. Here, screenshot this. Hi-Fi Rush goes to PS5. Then I'll delete my account. You have my word.
See, a pony made
Several ponies have made that.
They did. There was this one in particular. I can't remember his name, but it was for Pentiment. That he said that this game wouldn't even get 4% of the people having completed it, and it's the community. You know, I've learned it the hard way. You never challenge the internet. I did, and I got Kong. So you never challenge the internet to anything, and he did.
I'm sorry.
And in the end, they got it to 4.7%, and they said, "Right, delete your account." And he said, "Well, no, I'm not going to do it." Ponies create multiple fake accounts I mean, ponies make fake accounts of people. Like, I've seen fake accounts of Peter Ovo. I've seen fake accounts of like all sorts of people. Even Karim. It's really not nice. Chaos, hopefully Quantum Error. No. But it isn't.
Oh.
You know what? It's actually getting really close.
Did you see that the Quantum Error devs are at it again?
I didn't, but is that $5 left to pick your game? Or is that £5? I think it is. Yes, £5. £5 left, and you get to pick your game that I get to suffer with at some point. So, don't do it, chat. Don't do it, chat.
Next you'll get to play Gollum.
The Salt on next Friday.
Yeah, Team Kill Media, Sun and Bone, which literally looks like an asset flip like Quantum Error did, except now they're doing it in a jungle.
Let's see. Let's check this out. But before I do, mood needs to be positive. All I care about, not watching to get stressed out. Don't get people going that route. Exactly, Susano. Exactly. I mean, to me, games are supposed to be a fun medium that you play. Now, at the same time, do I get a little like if I'm spending £500 on a console, the only thing that I get a little riled up with the Xbox is the fact that they don't put more effort into the console and it sells. I, as a consumer, spent £500 on that console, right? Or £450 at the time. And I feel like it's been largely ignored. And if they want me to buy the next console, and I know a lot of people, well, I know a few people that basically have pretty much said that they won't be buying the next console because they're not putting any effort into the current one. And I feel like they kind of need to start pushing the console. Game Pass is the platform. It will forever be the platform. I agree with this wholeheartedly. You know, Game Pass is the platform. PC, cloud, Xbox X, Xbox S, they are the conduit. They are the medium to where Game Pass comes together. But you still need to put some effort into the consoles because there are people that are buying those consoles and you don't want them to lose out. That is my point. Come on, everyone. Golem, I'd buy NeoWiz and make Dorothy Xbox exclusive. No PC, but Dorothy. I've not heard of that. Is Doom 2016 from Wish? These guys are ruining PS5's reputation. It's just ordinary bad. I own a PS5. I didn't buy Quantum Error. Won't buy Sun and Bone. If I want to shoot dinosaurs, I'll play Turok Remastered. So I know it's a good game. I don't think Microsoft doesn't hate Xbox ADM. It's just that looking at it in a different light. But it'll be interesting to see how the next generation is going to turn out, because I think a big reason why their numbers are also low is because they've got no Japanese presence, right? They've got no Japanese presence. They need Japanese presence. I mean, the European presence has gone down as well, but they need that Japanese presence, and it's not there right now. And they kind of need to push those Japanese games like they did in the 360 era and actually start getting those RPGs, exclusives, for it to sell over there. It's that simple. Because, you know, this whole generation, they sold, I think, 300,000 Series X's and maybe 200,000 Series S's or 400,000 Series. They've sold 700,000 consoles in total combined. Now, if that was something like 10 million...
2 times the amount of S's sold as the X's because it released that much earlier.
But what I'm saying is if they had the presence in Japan and that, 600,000 was, say, 10 million, then you're now looking at Xboxes from 25 million to 35 million. It's still less than the 50 million from Sony, but that 35 million is a much bigger number. If they started doing well in Europe, add another 5 million there, it's starting to shape up, right? So they just need to just market more in and provide more games that fit that demographic. And the consoles themselves will do the work, but they need to be on there. Let's do this a full screen.
Dorothy Niowitz is a reference to Lies of P.
Oh, Lies of P, right. Lies of P is awesome. Super good game.
Haven't tried it yet.
It's so good, dude. It's the only Souls-like game that I actually enjoy. Let me. Oh, I butchered that window, so it's gonna have to be like this. I knew making that window like that was a mistake. All right. Let's sort this out over here. Please don't be anything that's gonna copyright me. Sony are really ruthless.
I don't think they have much sounds in the game. It's only 2 minutes long anyway.
They copyrighted a 4-hour stream for 7 seconds of audio.
True, you did tell me that.
Even the Zomboid one got copyrighted. Hey, it's a cow. This doesn't. I'm just gonna turn the audio off because it's starting to play some music. Keep it like that.
Yep.
This
It literally looks like an asset flip of Jurassic Park.
like what the hell? Yeah, I'll stick with two. Going another 5 out of 10.
I rated it 2.
I'm curious. What's the comments? Did I just see a bone ripped off a tractor? Oh, he's a massive advocate for these people. I don't get it. He is though. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy. Like top of the line. He is a pony, but he's a really nice guy. Shut up and take my money. What? Yeah, I think he's being paid. No.
There ain't no way. No.
No way. No way. No way. That's crazy.
Same devs who made Quantum Error, Team Kill Media, making another asset flip of a Jurassic Park game this time.
So, the last thing I wanted to talk about today is, in fact, the PlayStation Showcase. Right? If this is a big if, right, chat? This is a big if. Any of these rumored games are going to PlayStation, like Hi-Fi Rush, like Sea of Thieves. Do you think that PlayStation will add them to the showcase? And what type of message will that send to people?
That's a good question.
Because that's the question doing the rounds at the moment.
Is this before or after Xbox announces it going to PlayStation?
Obviously, they have to announce it first. Sony can't just reveal it. Unless they've got the permission from Microsoft. But Microsoft will obviously announce it before it goes on to the show. I mean, they showcased Minecraft. They're showcasing Call of Duty, and that's got the Xbox logo. Thought it was a typo of Skull of Bones. It's an interesting one. Like, what do they want to advertise their competitor? I mean, it's a weird one, right?
I mean, we know that they have 8 games, maybe 9 between now and March, and then one much later in the year. None of them, except for Concord, if it releases, The Last of Us 2 Remastered that just came out, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth as a timed exclusive, are the only things that PlayStation actually has out of 8 games.
Oh, there's your audio's coming out twice.
Is it?
It's fine now. It's fixed.
Oh, okay. As far as whether or not Sony will do it, if they don't have games to show, what are they going to do? Have a 30-minute entire showcase?
I don't know.
I mean, they would have a 30-minute speech talking, and then like 3 segments of 10 minutes of actual gameplay of whatever they're going to show, and that would be their whole showcase if they didn't show the Xbox games or games that are going multi-plat like Tekken.
I mean, Edward says MLB 24. Okay, I guess. Concord, Ronin, Fair Game. Is that actually a game or is that a studio?
Fair Game is the studio. They are making a game, but we don't know the name of the game that they are making.
Okay, so that's really far out. So I don't care about that. That makes no. That doesn't even need to be in the contention.
I don't see that coming out this year.
Ben's new IP as well. Until we know anything about it, that doesn't exist.
Wolverine's 2026. Stellar Blade is supposed to be this year.
Stellar Blade is this year.
We don't have a release date.
I think it'll be this year. It'll be first half, I reckon. Ghost of Tsushima 2, I think, will be an interesting one.
I don't think we're going to get that one anytime soon.
Nope. So, you know, Fair Game, Bend, Ghost of Tsushima 2, Wolverine is all 25, 26, or 27. So, I think, you know, those being shown. I think you might get like a teaser for 2 just with a title screen, but that's it. But it's a weird one because Sony can attack this in multiple ways by saying, look, and actually try, you know, put the message out of weakness or put the message out of collaboration or just not show it at all because they don't want to advertise their competitors.
The only way that I could see them doing it is if not enough people watch the Xbox showcase and most people don't know that it's coming to PlayStation. But anything that is coming to PlayStation from Xbox is going to be multi-plat.
Okay, no. They'll have direct
Now,
Final Fantasy VII Remake special.
Yeah. The only thing I would be pissed about is if, say, we get, you know, just throwing this out there, Hellblade 2 as a trailer at the Dev Direct. We know we're getting it there. And then at the end of it, they actually post the Xbox logo. And just for argument's sake, say that is one of the games that PlayStation is going to get ported over. I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying what if. And Xbox is kind enough to say, hey, Hellblade 2 also going to be PS5. Okay, obviously right there I'm a liar, so it's not showing any side for my argument. But then the PlayStation showcase comes around and they show Hellblade. The only thing that would piss me off is if it doesn't show Xbox, Game Pass, and Steam, it just shows PS5. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's a multi-platform game. That's what I would get mad at. Oh, yeah. Fair Games is supposed to be making Contraband.
But isn't that also on Xbox?
I'm not sure.
I swear Contraband was shown. Or am I thinking of it? Not the Xbox thing. I mean, there was a teaser for it, right? And I remember it was on the Xbox. Contraband is Xbox and Bethesda. It was on the Contraband is Xbox Bethesda shown at the 21 showcase.
Fair Game is the new game from Haven. Diablo, I would agree with you about Baby Steps, except we don't have a release date, and I don't think it's going to come out this year.
Baby Steps is going to be Game of the Year. You'll see.
It's going to be up for Game of the Year contention at the very least. And yes, that is sarcasm.
I was hoping it was. But yeah, I think it's an interesting one because I have no doubt that Xbox is not going third party. I also think the idiots out there that want Xbox to go third party are brain dead.
I don't think they know what they're asking for.
They do not know what they're asking for, because anyone with half a brain will tell you that if you give too much power to either Microsoft or Sony within the gaming industry, like I said, Nintendo doesn't count. They're doing their own little weird shit in their own little corner, and they can do what they want. They can release a game running at 10 FPS and running on 400p, but as long as it has Mario jumping in there, no one cares. We've seen that with Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, when the game was running literally at 12 frames per second, and people were still lapping it up like there was no tomorrow. So Nintendo can do what they want. They've got their own cult, they've got their own fan base. They can live on forever doing whatever they want to do. But with Sony and Microsoft, if one of them decide to dip out, you're going to see a stark change in prices and quality of games. And by stark changes in prices, people think £70 and dollars is a lot of money for a game. Those discussions that 2K were having about making games $150 a game, $200 a game, charging games based on hours played, those conversations will start to not just be a discussion or a discovery, it will actually start becoming a reality. And they won't care how many people can play the games. Not one iota. They will push those prices up incrementally, and there's nothing anyone can do because they're the only platform there. I think, people don't understand what they're asking for when they want either platform to go bust. It doesn't make sense. Look, GTA 6 is going to be the big one, right? I think it will come out at between £100 to £150 for the standard edition at launch. I think it genuinely will. Now, depending on how many people pick that game up, if we see within the first 2 days, 10, 20, 30 million sales of that game, which unfortunately is a reality that could actually happen, you are going to start seeing Sony increasing their prices to that level quite quickly, and and they're going to be using GTA as justification. If you paid for it there, you can pay for it here. The cost in our games are going up, so we're having to increase this. Now, I'm hoping people are going to be smart enough not to actually invest in that high, but GTA 6 is... I'm hoping GTA 6 will be like the Enigma, so people won't try to do that and be stupid. But if, for example, Microsoft dipped from the industry and just became a third-party publisher for whatever reason, I think that what we're seeing now, and we're already questioning it, that would become a reality real quick. And is that what gamers really want? Because I would never want that. Once games start costing $150, $200, you're basically saying, okay, the only thing I can actually go on is a subscription service.
Yep. I can guarantee that if GTA 6 launches and it is $100 plus for the standard edition, and they launch it that way from the get-go, I can see not only GTA 6 selling half as many as GTA 5 just because the game is that high in price. There will still be a lot of people that buy it. But at the same time, PlayStation, over the next 3 months after its launch, are going to slowly creep the rest of their games to that base price of $100. And in doing so, they're going to have such a bad outlet of games that nobody's going to buy, that they are going to have to drop their games down to like $50 for them to even start selling games again, because nobody's going to want to buy them because of extortion.
Old Wolf, in the situation that they're in now, the Germans won't have anything to actually sue on. Hey Josh, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, my dude. Glad to have you here. Xbox isn't going third party. I've got literally zero qualms about Xbox going third party. I don't see it. Not at all. They're not going third party now. I mean, where we're heading from the console wars is going to be platform wars. Because once the consoles eventually diminish within the next 2 generations, it's all going to be about whose cloud service has the most games. Ubisoft will have their games. You're going to have, maybe EA will, I don't even think EA will be single by then. They're going to be, swallowed by a company, most likely Microsoft. But you're going to see all these smaller publishers basically tying up contracts with either Microsoft or Sony, but whoever has the biggest pie at that point will be the winner. And that is what Microsoft is doing at the moment. They are building that war chest. But, consoles aren't forever.
You saw that, right?
Neo Geo's games were expensive, mainly because all of their games were custom built. And they were arcade ports. Well, not even ports. They were the arcade version. You pretty much had like an arcade in your house. So that's that. I'm doing well, Josh. I am doing well. I hope you are as well. I'm not buying GTA 6 at $150 or anywhere near that price. I'm willing to wait for a major sale. I think a lot of people will be, but it'll be interesting to see how many they sell because they're going to sell a lot. But again, I think GTA 6 is the enigma. It's not the norm. I pick up GTA 6 when it's $19.99. I mean, I've heard they were talking about the ultimate version or like the deluxe edition for £200. I mean, but the costs don't have to go up, Susano. Games don't have to have this, photorealistic look. We've seen games that actually do well, right? Just look at the new Prince of Persia, which is pretty much a Metroidvania. It's been lavished all over the place. It looks great. Well, for a 2D game. But it doesn't need that photorealistic finish to be a good game. It doesn't need it. The company's pushing it to those levels. Maybe some games are worth it to get that extra immersion, but not every game has to hit that. I mean, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it for 150. No press on the regulatory changes for the majority part. I mean, if they want to change prices, what can the regulators do? Nothing. The only thing stopping prices going up continuously is competition. Unless there's, a cartel going on and they're all agreeing amongst themselves that this is a price we're going to do and go with that price. It's, at the end of the day, that could exactly think. Hey, Devastator rate with that $2 Canadian. Team Fortress 2 is still one of the most popular. I mean, just like a Counter-Strike. And we are getting dangerously close to the £150. Yeah. Getting very dangerously close, guys. Getting dangerously close.
I doubt if GTA 6 were priced at $1,000, it would still sell millions of copies.
They've got to pay for the PS6 somehow. I mean, that's the other thing. The PS5 Slim doesn't look like it's going to be even covering the R&D cost with the way they're going.
I mean, didn't they say that their target is to release and sell another 20 million consoles this year?
Yeah, for them to cover the R&D costs. And then
that's not even including the development cost of mass producing this new PS5 Pro or even a PS6 following.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a PS6.
So I think Sony is in just a much worse position right now. The thing that Microsoft has going for it is that they have that, they have that hole in the ground where they just stick their hand in and it brings them an infinite amount of money. Right? It brings them an infinite amount of money and they can rely on that. But Sony can't do that. Hey, it's Fee. They should do it. See it again. Did it do it though? Did it actually do it? No way. let's have a look. Let's have a look. And I welcomed you to the family, Faye. What the hell's going on here? I'm butchering something. Let's see.
What are you missing?
All right, where's... Ah, that's right. That's right. I'm still £3.05. I've still got £3.05. I'm safe. Suckers.
So what's the game that you're gonna choose?
I don't choose it. You guys choose it.
Ah.
That's the whole point. If it gets to that point and you guys are putting that in, then you guys pick, I suffer. Except for next Friday, because next Friday is Power World. And tomorrow's probably going to be Prince of Persia.
Fair. I was thinking about getting the demo for that myself to see if I might like it.
Ubisoft gave me like I said, they gave me a PC copy to stream.
Right.
So I was planning on doing that tonight, but I got on real late. So I was kind of like planning on doing like half stream and then the other half. But due to the housing issue, you know, the whole problem I'm having with the whole moving stuff, I've just been exhausted. Even closer. What are you doing? Stop it.
You're less than half a pound.
No. We're still good. We're still good. But yeah. So I'm probably gonna stream that tomorrow. I guess the bigger question is, are we keeping it here, or are we keeping it somewhere else? I know the gameplay streams. Not many of you turn up to that, so do let me know where you want that to be streamed. Oh shit! It's really close.
Yep, 149.99 pounds.
149.49. That's it. I'm just gonna call this stream there and say have a good day, folks. No, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
One more. Oh, there it is.
No, it hasn't changed. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen it change. It's not updated. It's not updated. I'm hoping the exchange rate comes in clutch right now between pounds and Canadian dollars.
Too late.
No. You don't know. No. Why?
That does it.
The Kong stream was hilarious. For you, that stupid monkey ape piece of shit wouldn't even jump.
Man.
Eastern is on to ZXET on the attack. All right. Fair's fair. You know. Which game are we doing? Quantum? Or are we doing the other one?
Gollum.
I don't even want to say the name. What are we doing, folks? You want a poll? Okay, let's do a poll. While I go and just cry somewhere. Let's do a poll.
You set the goal.
I did. I actually set it quite high, and you know, Steve and what's his name, Dwayne decided to drop those 250 bombs last stream. That that pushed it up real high. What are we?
Just to be fair, I will refrain from the vote because I'm biased.
Yeah, you want me to play Fallout 5, right?
I mean, Fallout 5 is not a bad game.
See, we've got it decided, folks. Fallout 5, it's not out yet, so I'm free. All right, start poll. Poll has started.
Quantum Error or Golem?
You guys have, I don't know, I'll give you 3 minutes. Can't believe I'm doing this again. I've already had nightmares with the stupid monkey. I mean, you could make me play Sea of Thieves. I mean, you guys could like me, you know, in that way. Weird situation with the votes. There isn't, is there? But you know what? Don't be evil, folks. I'm not sure which is worse, to be honest. Quantum or Column. I don't actually know.
I would actually honestly say Quantum Error is worse because it looks like a Doom-style Ghostbusters game. It doesn't look appealing at all. Golem actually looks like they put effort into it, even though it's still a very travesty of a game. But Golem is supposed to be on par with Kong.
I heard it's worse. I actually did research. I heard it's worse.
Quantum Golem? Oh, Jesus. Doesn't work like that, Fee. It's one or the other.
Why is Gollum winning? Maybe I should just you know what? Someone's right. This poll isn't fair. And I should actually do a third option with other. So maybe I should restart it and put other. Because maybe there is at least one poor soul in here that wants to save my sanity. Oh, there we go. There's the resurgence. 56 from 60. Let's go. No, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way, man.
Hey, if y'all like this stream, don't forget to hit that like button. There's at least 19 votes in here, so that means there's at least 19 people watching. I know there's probably even more than that who aren't even voting. Go ahead and hit that like button. We've only got 5 on this stream.
5 likes. And you're making me play Gollum. Have you actually refreshed the page, though?
I could try.
If you refresh the stream, it should update the likes.
Let's see.
Oh my god. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? You know what? It's a good thing I'm not wearing my glasses, so I technically can't see the screen. So
62.
You don't need to say anything. You know? I'm saying I'm partially blind, so I can't technically see what the result is, and I can make it up.
Uh-huh.
So at a 50-50%, I don't play anything.
42%, 58%.
Yeah, so guys, what you need to do over the next minute or two is get it up to all the way to 50%. I have faith in you.
Charity stream it? No.
Do you hate the charity that much?
No, but I don't see playing Golem bringing in a charity stream numbers.
No, it won't.
I mean, if I was going to honestly say other, I would say Sea of Stars.
See, that's a good game. Hell Simulator. Looks like that's it. That's where it's finalized. All right. It's not going to be next week, but probably the following week. It looks like it's going to be Gollum. Devastator, it is Power Boss.
Yeah, it's me.
is Power Boss, and before we finish, he's gonna plug his stuff again, or do feel free to post your website, your Twitch stream.
Devastator knows who I am.
Oh, all right.
Yes, I will.
But at the end of the day, when it comes to oh god, that's not good, man. That feels horrible. That feels horrible. You guys are mean. You guys are mean. But yeah, I don't see Xbox going third party anytime soon. I don't think it works for what they want to achieve. They want to have their games in as many avenues as possible within the confines of what they have. And so the console is a very important aspect of that because they want a presence in the living room. A lot of people forget that, but they do want a presence as a set-top box in your living room that you can, because these consoles aren't just for playing games anymore. People use them for Netflix, for, different streaming platforms, to buy movies to watch. So the multimedia boxes. And so they want to be in your living room because that is still an avenue, even if you're not that into gaming, as a Blu-ray player, as a, online store to buy films and stuff, it's still a revenue generator. So I can't see them going out of the console business. It just doesn't make financial sense to them. But at the same time, in order to push that, they kind of want to push, more units into the households. So I don't think they're going to get anywhere this generation, but I think next generation, if they can pick up, the slack within Europe and Japan, I think they can actually turn things around quite nicely. But no third party. No third party at all. I can only see them sharing really, anything that's AAA. Because Hi-Fi Rush isn't AAA.
No, it's
Sea of Thieves is not AAA. Elder Scrolls 6 is not going on PlayStation, like ever. Starfield, put it this way. If Starfield goes on to PlayStation, I think that's when you're going to see a huge paradigm shift. And I reckon they will lose a lot of Game Pass sales. And I think they know this. They will lose a lot of Game Pass subscriptions overnight. And they know this, right? They know this for a fact. So they're not that stupid. So what they're doing is the smaller games, which have kind of passed their sell-by date. And putting a game like Hi-Fi Rush on Switch, I think will sell buckets. Putting it on PlayStation, I just don't see it selling.
I don't either.
I don't see it selling. So, I think you won't see AAA games. Not if they want to maintain, Game Pass subscriptions. That's my view. God, it's still going
that
up.
is absolutely correct.
They need to sell out for Game Pass funds. Probably I don't care. Just give me more new AAA games.
The next thing he said,
Bugsnax,
Godfall, Yakuza, Persona were all PlayStation exclusive that are now all on Xbox too.
Yeah.
Including the Mana series. Trials of Mana.
But there is a big
Mana,
difference there. There's still a big difference
and now
there.
Visions of Mana is Xbox as well.
But there is a big difference there.
It's not launching as a PlayStation exclusive.
No. Bugsnax isn't first party. Hi-Fi Rush is.
Oh, that too.
Godfall is not first party. Yakuza is not first party. These are timed exclusives. And just like Xbox has timed exclusives, that's the thing. Sony did their very best to keep MLB on PlayStation. But the company, the development team that's working on it, basically forced them. Sony didn't have a say in it. But Sony tried their damnedest to keep it on there. Sony did not want MLB going to Xbox. So there's that as well. It's not like, MLB is on there because they care. Because they don't. They wouldn't have put it on there if they had their way. So I think
I
that's
agree.
so it's different. What Microsoft is doing is different. Now, like I said, they have their own agenda, they have their own strategy, and whatever that is that they're planning on doing, I hope it works out for them. I hope the shift in paradigm is gets them where they want to be, which is ultimately more sales in Game Pass. But in the end, if it doesn't, and they start to give off too much of the Xbox franchises that are first party, they're going to realize that they're also going to lose subscriptions, and I can see that happening.
Absolutely.
And so it's a dangerous game they're playing, but I think overall, with where I see it going, and overall where I feel like they are doing this for a specific reason, I think the risks outweigh the cons.
And see, the way I see it,
Sorry, the
agreeing with
rewards
you-
outweigh the risks.
Yeah. The way I see it, agreeing with you, is consoles are never going to stop being made. Sure, they're not making very many and shipping them out to storefronts as much as PlayStation is. They'll sell as much as they're making, but they're not overproducing either. No, they're not saturating the market,
No,
which, yes, is bad on Xbox.
but they're
they
still
are
on the
selling,
shelves.
but they are still selling everything that they are putting out. And in putting games that are big budget AAA from Xbox onto other platforms, Game Pass or not, but more than likely also Game Pass, the drop in the Game Pass subscribers will be by almost half. And those people that drop are either A, going to be trying to buy it on PlayStation, claiming that it's quote unquote better because it's no longer tied to the trillion-dollar company, Microsoft. They don't care that it's better or worse on PlayStation. They just don't want it on Xbox. And the other half are going to be hardcore, diehard Xbox fans that are going to get rid of Game Pass because they're going to feel betrayed because, hey, why are we paying for this exclusivity of Game Pass if all these are just going to another platform anyway?
Yeah, but I
And
also
that's the
think
way
that
I see it.
I also think the timing is important as well. If it goes there 2 years later, well, most people want to play it here and now and don't want it spoiled. We know how the internet is, so that's always going to be a factor. But Cesano, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Yes, please.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on what it is, your opinion is, and what you'd be doing. But I guess you could do that. Like I said, I just don't feel like the point I'm making is they don't need the money. You know this, I know this. They don't need the money. So if they don't need the money, then there's clearly external factors as to why they do it. It's got nothing to do with the shareholders, right? Nothing to do with those. So, and Game Pass, as we know, is profitable. It's making around 3 billion, 4 billion revenue, 1 billion upkeep. So whether that's 2 billion profit, 3 billion profit, they're making money. So they don't need the money. So that's the thing that's got me constantly questioning the decision that they. I mean, it would be really hilarious if Nate the Hate came out and just said, "Psych, I just full fucking review you," and then everyone's gonna be like, "You asshole, pitchforks and knives, find out where he lives." But at the end of the day, they don't need the money. So why they're doing it?
6 months exclusivity, DLC, Xbox only, extra perks for games with Game Pass, things like this. Get the audience in, convert them over. They'll eventually want what's on the other for them platform once they find the game they really love. Also boosts sales, gets more people playing the game.
But Cesano, they can do that with third party, right? They can
Absolutely.
literally
They don't have
go
do
to
it with
any third party game that they want and say, right, what the exclusivity we're buying for this is 6 months exclusivity. DLC will be exclusive to us for 6 months. We want all these extra content coming to our platform. We're paying you to do this. After 6 months, that can go to any other platform. Or after a year, that can go to any other platform. Again, they don't need to do that with first party. They can easily do that right now, which is what I was saying at the start of the stream. They could money hack those third party studios to release those games, on Xbox for 6 months to a year, and it would do the same thing that you're saying. And while people are coming over for those third party games with those third party benefits, I mean, just look at Hogwarts Legacy. A lot of people bought the PlayStation version because it had that extra secret quest mission that was 1 year exclusive to PlayStation. That was a deciding factor for so many people because it provided you extra content. If they decided to do something like that for Xbox, it would have the exact same effect. But the difference then would be they've came for that third party game but they're actually ending up with a better deal because now that they've signed up to Game Pass, they've got a whole wealth of games coming over. Only reason I say a year is because of that's the time frame that Sony always has. 6 months would be fine as well. I've got no problem with that. But what I'm saying, yeah, you get the point I'm making it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, if it is a AAA first party exclusive console,
isn't Sea of Thieves free to play?
Only then would I say exclusivity longer than a year.
Yeah, but isn't Sea of Thieves free to play?
I believe it is.
So it's not even tied to Game Pass?
No.
No, it wouldn't be. If it's free to play, it wouldn't be tied to Game Pass. And like I said, no one is signing up to Game Pass just for Sea of Thieves. It doesn't have that kind of pull.
Now, you know what I have with all consoles right now?
Dust?
Is... Damn it, Chaos. You got me. Well, only my PlayStation has the dust. But no. The only problem that I have with most consoles right now is the games are getting too large. You have a game like Starfield, it's what, 135 gigabytes to install?
Mm-hmm.
And that's before bug fixes, that's before DLCs, and it's a Bethesda title, so it's going to release with at least 3 or 4. Look at Skyrim and Fallout 4 both. They have multiple DLCs because Bethesda is known for adding their content. That's not including the creation kit and how much that's going to add in for storage. And you got to think, at right now, base consoles at most are coming with 1 terabyte internal. You take away for the operating system, whether it's 800 and something on PlayStation or just under 100 gigs used for the operating system on Xbox. So you have like 900. And then you can only get a 1 or 2 terabyte SSD specific from specific brands that allow for connection easier to the Xbox or the PlayStation, both.
No.
And you're still finding yourself with backlogs of libraries that you want to have all installed.
Sappho, man. Sappho sticking that knife in.
Oh, no. The knife's already stuck in. Now Sappho's just twisting slowly.
Just like, I'm just going to stab you just a little bit more just because I can. But thank you very much for that super chat of $4.99. I appreciate you. Even if it is for the wrong reasons. Sony doesn't have the infrastructure required to compete properly there. They do not. And that's the biggest thing. If they did, they'd be popping up with all of those DoD and live projects. They would. I still think Sony can go day and date if they wanted to. I think,
Absolutely, they could.
but I think they would need to. They've currently got the essentials, extras, and premium. I think they would need a platinum service, which would be slightly more expensive. I don't think like Microsoft they can afford to have like a a game that just doesn't sell well, like Redfall or Forza Motorsport. I don't think they could withstand that. Honestly, I don't think they can swallow that. Microsoft can. They can just gobble that up into their corporation, and it's nothing to them. Sony
Oh, don't
doesn't.
apologize, Zano. You're not saying anything wrong with what you're saying. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it, just as we're all entitled to ours.
Wait, where did
It's
he
not
apologize?
just spitballing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
the whole point
dude,
of these discussions. I love having I love having differing opinions.
yeah.
That's the best. That's the best of its kind. I don't want people constantly agreeing with me because then that discussion is one way. When you bring a alternate discussion onto the field, it makes it more interesting. But the thing I was saying with the platinum, I don't think Sony could withstand absorbing that sort of cost if a game fails, whereas Microsoft can. But having like a platinum service, where currently I think PlayStation Plus is £160, where if they made it, I don't know, £200 for the year, it's a bit more pricey than where they are now. It's asking for like £40 more, but then you get all PlayStation games day and day on the platform. They've got 25 million subs. That would be 25 million times 40 extra, revenue. If all the 25 million decided to go over, I mean, right? That's huge. That's huge for them. That's a huge revenue generation every year. But I don't think they could do it on their current subscription. They would need to ask more because they just don't have the revenue backing. They just don't have it. I mean, if they get fined $8 billion at the moment, which is what they're being sued for by the CMA, they're going to be in severe financial trouble. They are going to be in big trouble.
Lawsuits?
Yeah, they lost the contract. They lost the controller one in Germany. They only got fined like 14 million. So that's water under the bridge for them, right? But
no, I thought it was 7 million, and it was divided by how many countries, so it turned out to be like 340 million, which is still a drop in the bucket.
I read 14 million.
Was it only 14 million?
It was only 14 million. It's the 8 billion one that other countries are now looking to get involved with because that's a bigger pot, right? Now, if that actually takes place, if they actually lose that one, they're in trouble.
There's a 7.9 billion one Crunchyroll leaked information, and there's a 17.9 billion for something else.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's not including if they don't get sued extra because of the Insomniac hack and leak, because that's Sony's fault.
Yep.
I mean, say what you want about the Wolverine leaks and the Spider-Man 2 playing on PC things and all that. I would be more worried about Insomniac suing Sony because of the personal information of the company getting leaked out.
That was withheld, right?
Plans. For the most part, I think it was released, but everybody was properly not sharing that information because it put all the workers out of Sony, or not Sony, Insomniac in harm's way because of the types of information that was released.
I don't know. I read
passport info and things like that.
I read the hackers basically they wanted to sell the whole thing. A smooth collision with that sub. Thank you. I read that they basically the hackers wanted to sell the whole package, and when they couldn't, when they started releasing the stuff, out of courtesy to the staff, they withheld that content and just basically destroyed it. 8 billion is for the digital market. That's correct. Where they've created a monopoly.
Yeah, I don't remember what the 17 billion one is, but I know that the 7.9 billion one is for the Crunchyroll leak, which is several years old. So that one's going to be coming to a head soon. They just gave in on the controller thing because it was, chump change basically.
Yeah. So,
Um,
Susanna, I agree. I fully agree with that, but it has to be a two-way street. I've always said I agree with what you're saying.
Yep.
With that point, right? I've always said this, but it needs to be a two-way street. It can't just be one side giving and the other side saying, "Thank you very much, have a nice day." And the problem here is that is how it's been. Outside of MLB, what other PlayStation exclusive has actually gone to Xbox? And I don't even want to count MLB because Sony did their utmost best to actually try and block it, right? It was only until they literally had no choice that they actually had to cave in. Otherwise, that would have not counted either. So, to me, that's the issue. I don't mind Xbox games going over to the Switch or to PlayStation to a certain degree. I think exclusives matter. I think exclusives help sell your platform. And if your platform isn't important, then get out of the console business and just put your games wherever you want. So in my, I see exclusives as a fundamental selling point for a console. But should certain games that, are, let's say, A value or double A value be spread around after a set duration? Sure, why not? But at the same time, it has to be a two-way street, because if it's just a one-way street, then it's unfair.
Edward says that the personal information part of the leak was reportedly to have been sold to another party separately.
Possibly. I'm just going by what I read.
Right.
From the hackers themselves, because they're the ones that put it on, I think it was 4chan, that they said they were going to withhold it.
Yeah, somebody came out and said something, because apparently they're a well-known group that has a spokesperson. Ridiculousness.
Yeah. But you see where I'm coming from, right, Susano?
Yeah. Now, on the lines of what Sony PlayStation is being sued for, okay, remember that PlayStation has at any given time about 200 billion cash on hand for purchases, for paying their developers, for buying exclusives, new games, whatever they want to work on. And they've been closing studios left and right and firing people left and right. And I'm pretty sure after the ABK deal, we're going to start seeing those also come from Microsoft, from Xbox. I don't know how many are going to get fired, but when a merger happens, there is always redundant positions. But PlayStation is also only, was it 10 billion in debt? And they're worth 200 billion. But at the same time, if they get sued by either of these two big lawsuits, the 8 billion or the 17 billion, Sony, the parent company themselves, are 33 billion in debt. They won't be able to bail PlayStation out. And they're talking about 3-year-old tweets from the ABK deal about how Phil Spencer himself came out and said, hey, if we don't make sales numbers, we're going to leave the console market in 2027, which now that the ABK deal has gone through, that narrative should be out the window, first of all. But if any of these lawsuits go through, PlayStation's going to be out of the console business before 2025.
Yeah, this is highly possible.
I was in a talking with some PlayStation fans at some point over the past few weeks. They did mention that PlayStation, all they would have to do is get the backing of what is it, Kona? Kalana.
Okay, yeah, Clara.
And they would just be able to have the backing of the Japanese government at their beck and whim to just take out a loan like they did with Bungie. Mind you, they took out that loan for $3 billion, and it took them 3 years to pay it off. You think Kalana is going to back them up if they get sued when they've had all these security risks and getting hacked both by their main company and by their individual studios, that they only have one studio that is pushing out games and nothing is going to even be coming out from that studio from the next year? And then knowing that if they don't pull numbers because the games are crap, that they can be pulled, and that's their uh pillar studio right now, one of them. Naughty Dog has failed. They released The Last of Us 2 remastered, and it sold 44% less than the original PS4 version that was also with a PS5 upgrade. PlayStation gamers don't buy games, and the games that and that's only the games that they do put out. They're not putting out enough games to merit all these consoles that they're selling. They had great games. You can still play those great games on the PS Plus system. You purchase them, you download them, you get rid of your subscription service, you still have the games. Some of them.
But I also think the current culture that we live in has impacted that. The so-called,
Agreed.
the whole, I don't want to use that word because I know it's used incorrectly, but the whole woke culture that's currently around. We had the whole
I
cancel
believe it's getting
culture.
overused, yes.
We had all sorts of things going on. That's hugely impacted how games are delivered and stories are being told. And if, the way people freaked out when Aloy kissed another girl is, mind blowing. I saw Xbox accounts losing their fucking minds and, making homophobic tweets. I saw PlayStation accounts making homophobic tweets. I saw PlayStation fans actually breaking their disc, when it wasn't even part of, Forbidden West. It was inside the DLC. But I've seen them breaking their games because of that sort of stuff. It's stupid. But I think this has also impacted sales for the games like The Last of Us because it kind of pushed in a certain direction. Games can be political, but they should never have a political agenda. If you look at Metal Gear Solid, that whole game is politics. Everything from start to finish. But it's done in a way where there is no agenda to it. It's just integrated into the story. But when you're constantly trying to push a political message that people don't want in their games, that's when your sales get affected. And they're not seeing this. And maybe one day they will.
Absolutely agreed. But now, I will say this. Both companies are doing well. Okay? Both companies are far from their identity of what they originally started as. Sony started as an electronics company making Walkmans, TVs, Blu-ray players, DVD players, and literally the only thing that you will barely find of Sony left is the TVs. They are high quality TVs, but they don't make them very well anymore, and they're overpriced because you're paying for the Sony name. Everything that Sony has left, they are dumping into the console at PlayStation. They are. And
Yeah.
yes, I
That's their
understand that
biggest
all
breadwinner right now.
corporations have debt. I do understand that all corporations have debt. The problem is symbols, because I don't know how to pronounce your characters. Is Microsoft being a trillion-dollar company isn't as much in debt from what their capital is compared to what PlayStation is. Microsoft literally has cash on hand, which is 10 times more than PlayStation. So what Chaos was saying about them money hatting games can easily be done because the cash on hand that's 10 times as much is literally the amount that PlayStation is worth by their net worth. And the only reason why that what people don't understand is that Microsoft could buy PlayStation is because as an oligarchy, Nintendo's still technically in the market as a console. And because they are their own entity, they do their thing, they're not going anywhere. Is that symbols?
I think it's a Rin Kenazumi.
Okay.
Is this the third character? I forgot what it was, but the other ones should be Rin Kazumi.
Hopefully I'll clarify it. That's fine.
Because that's a
If I know what to call you,
Zumi.
if I know what to call you, I'll call you.
Yeah, it should be Rin Kenazumi. Oh, I put Kuda, but it should be Rin Kenazumi. Kenazumi, yeah.
Yes, PlayStation is worth about 200 billion.
Susano, I get it's a but I'm hoping people are smart enough here to understand that what I'm saying isn't directed in a good or bad way. I'm just saying that those are the factors that actually affected sales of those games.
Correct.
I'm not, saying one way or the other. I don't usually bring or talk about any of that sort of stuff at all on social media or in my channel. I'm just saying that was part of the reason why those games didn't sell very well.
Edward, the only thing that I have to say about those 20 million inactive PS5s is true or not is you literally saw console warriors for PlayStation saying all these PlayStations got stolen out of the store when they left the Xboxes. So those are contributing to it. You have scalpers. Those are going to be a part of it. And the rest of them, I have a feeling that Sony counts selling them to the stores as sales, not the store selling them to the customers. And I think that's the big difference because Microsoft has a chip that tracks them. Oh, has it changed to only 125 billion?
Yeah, I think it has. I think that's more realistic.
I could have swore at one point I looked it up and it was 200. It might have gone down, but the last time I looked was probably around Spider-Man 2 launching.
When the PS5 first launched, I think, the majority of them were held in scalper warehouses. They were holding, I don't think 20 million is in the scalpers, but I remember there was warehouses with, over, 10,000 PS5s, and they were selling them for double the price.
Yep.
Obviously, that's nowhere near the 20 million, but 10,000, and that's just one warehouse that was reported. Another one.
Look at the PS Portal.
And then you've got people that are just buying them to sell. And that happens a lot as well, where they charge double the price, triple the price, which, again,
make an investment.
Again, Sony's getting none of that money. No, I get what you mean, Richard. Oh, they held a lot of the consoles. Unfortunately, they did. I don't know if they still hold them now. Probably not, because they probably sold them all at face value because the PS5 is so readily available. But like, if you look at the PS Portal when it came out, that sold out instantly. And then you go look at eBay, and there's over 300 of them on eBay. I was like, instant, same day. They don't really know how to block stop scalpers, and I don't think they ever will. But I don't.
How many? of those 20 million are scalpers, no, I don't think that all 20 million are scalpers either. I'm just saying it's a part of the contributing factor.
But the big question is, how many of those? How is Sony judging it? Because apparently, they're judging the PSVR 2 and the PS Portal as a console sale.
Yes.
Now, is that as a different console, or are they calculating that as part of the PS5? Because if it is, then that does become misleading. Now, again, I'm not saying that they have 20 million PSVR 2 sold and PS Portals, because if they did, my condolences to those people that bought both of those. And, I'm one of them that bought the PSVR 2 stupidly. But, my condolences. But, no. The PS5 sold well. It did. But Sony pushed the PS5. And they pushed it through exclusives, by money-hatting third-party games. That is how you do it. The moment Microsoft went Game Pass, the moment they went day and date on PC, the console sales were always going to be cannibalized. There's just no two ways about it. The moment you go cloud, it diminishes the reason to have a console. That's just a living fact. Now, as far as what Microsoft leaked with those documents during the FTC trial, they did have 45 million Game Pass subscribers.
Yes.
Which is almost double the amount of consoles sold. So it shows whatever they're doing is actually working.
And growing.
Sony right now isn't doing better than ever before. Right now they are trying to hemorrhage what they have going for them because they just they're not making the money that they wanted to make because of their outgoing costs being so high. At the same time, Jim Ryan's vision of making live service games, in my opinion, was the right move. The problem is, after they lost ABK to Microsoft, that vision went away as well because they got rid of Jim Ryan. And the people that opposed it decided that they were going to have a louder voice. Now, I know Jim Ryan is still there, but the overall decisions that he's making now pretty much don't go through him. He's more of a figurehead than anything else. He's more of a puppet, right? He's like the face of the company until someone else goes in. I mean, Hiroki probably has more rights than he does right now. But Jim Ryan is still going to be there because he still holds that title. But, it is what it is. And, they do have problems there. Even Bungie that they had, missing their projections by almost 50%. That's huge. When you've got layoffs going all over the studio, Insomniac is one of the studios that has pretty much championed PlayStation. They have been the best studio out there for them. They have released game after game, and they have sold millions after millions after millions. And even they were hit with redundancies, right? With layoffs. So that tells you that things aren't great at Sony. They just aren't. And they're trying to claw that back. Now, there was this whole thing with, COVID and the fact that everyone was at home playing more games than ever before. And so people were hiring to keep up with demand. I totally get that. I do. But if you are looking at making different style of games, you need a bigger studio. The moment you start getting rid of that staff, you can't cater for more than one game. If the studio isn't big enough, you can't do it. Like where I work at the moment, my real job, my 9-to-5 job, we used to be a tech department of like 150, and we could handle so many different projects, right? Now we're a tech department of 7. So we're very limited in what we can handle. There are certain projects we simply can't do because we don't have the manpower for it. And there's no drive to recruit, so we have to turn stuff down. It's just the way it is. If you want to pick up more projects, you need the manpower. But even Insomniac, who are pretty much the Avengers of Avengers when it comes to Sony's studios, the creme de crop, even they weren't protected from layoffs. And that's how you know that there are problems. There are real problems over there. And it's not looking like it's improving. And even though they've sold 50 million consoles, if people aren't buying your games that you're investing in, that even if they're making a £1 sell margin on that console, assuming it's profitable, let's say it's profitable by £1, so they're not actually making a loss. That profit margin, even at £5, is nothing, right? So people saying, "Oh, the console is profitable, X, Y, and Z, it's all fine," but if the actual profit margin of that console is so small, no one cares because it's not going to attract any investors. All it's doing is saying, hey, we're getting more boxes into houses so people can buy those games. But if the people aren't buying those games, then you have to question, why aren't they buying those games? And if the answer is because people don't want those single-player story-driven cinematic games, then that's a problem, because when you're a one-track pony, you can only do one type of game. Because, that is that is all they can do. Like, when my uncle passed away, after the funeral, we went round his wife's place, and we sat down, for the wake. And he had a PlayStation 5 there. And so, my cousins and stuff put it on to just play some games while everyone sat around, the younger kids. And I looked at his catalogue, and there wasn't a single first-party game on his catalogue. Mm-hmm. Not one. It was UFC, it was FIFA, it was some, random fighting games I've never heard of, but not, any of the games that I would actually say that I would be interested in to play, nothing. There wasn't a single first-party game on his platform. He had Fortnite, he had Call of Duty.
Symbols has just said that they sold 58 million units of software last quarter, more than Xbox and Nintendo. No, they didn't.
Nope.
They sold one first-party game, Spider-Man 2. They sold about, 3, maybe generously 4 third parties the entire 2024. Everything else was third party, or everything else was multi-plat. Okay? The contracts were non-renewable contracts that were being laid off, yes. But they did not sell more game software than Nintendo and Microsoft. The reason why Sony still sold more, but not 58 million units, was because most of Nintendo and Xbox are digital, which are not counted. And that's the difference.
Also, going back to a point he made, Microsoft laid off so many staff. Microsoft laid off 10,000 staff globally, and that was within the Microsoft organization, not within Xbox. So the studios that actually built the games weren't seeing the layoffs. It was divisions that were within Microsoft that saw the layoffs. What you're seeing with Sony is direct layoffs within the game studios. That's different. That's a lot different. And even then, when you actually look at the percentages of people being laid off, the percentage from Sony from Microsoft is actually less when you're looking at the complete overall scale. And even then, Microsoft still employs more people than Sony do. So the key difference there is, if an R&D department got shut down, that's not affecting Xbox as a studio. That's affecting whatever HoloLens R&D department that they had going. That's within Microsoft. We don't talk about the people being laid off for Sony TVs or their DLSR cameras or their Blu-ray players. All we're looking at and focusing on is the gaming side of things. And when it came to those 10,000 layoffs from Microsoft, not many, if any, very few, was from the actual gaming division. Much less than what was laid off within PlayStation. And if we're looking at the actual, 343, because I know that's going to come up, the people that were running 343, Jason, is it Staten? They were has-beens. They were has-beens, right? They have the name, they have the prestige, they have this, pedigree where they were great 20 years ago, but they simply couldn't do it this time. They couldn't do it. They relied on that beautiful name and it didn't work. Just like we saw with BioWare, with their whole BioWare magic. They relied on that with Anthem and it fucked up. It didn't work. And now we're seeing, with the new blood, with the new aspirations, with the new hunger that the new 343 team that has in place, Halo multiplayer is doing better than ever. Why is that?
Absolutely.
So
Bethesda
sometimes
didn't lay off
replacing those
anybody.
people, who did Bethesda lay off?
Left themselves. The two heads of Bethesda are leaving themselves.
People move
their
on
own free
in the
will.
industry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the people that got laid off in 343, they deserved it. They murdered Halo.
They did. That's why Halo 5 or Halo Infinite launched in such a bad state. But
They murdered Halo. The Halo is your flagship title. No matter what anyone tells me, the first name that comes out of anyone's mouth when I say Xbox is Halo. Halo is Xbox, right?
It's been on the system since the OG.
And if you murder that game and then think, hey, I'm untouchable because my name is X, Y, and Z, you got another thing coming. No one is bigger than the company. And at the end of the day, if you turn around and monumentally, financially damage the company, like Halo cost them. Halo cost them big by not releasing that game as a launch title when the Xbox Series X launched.
And I'll put it this way for your symbols. If PlayStation is
Jealous of PS5? Why would I be jealous of the PS5?
Who? What, huh?
I'm probably reading that wrong. It's late. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, you're listening. You remake Station 5.
I mean, he's called Remake Station 5, so he must be saying that's someone else. I must be reading that wrong. Actually, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, is it? Yeah, it's 10.
But I did sleep during the day.
Yeah. But you need to fix your sleep schedule at nights.
Yeah, one day. But, at the end of the day, the way I see it is, no one is bigger than the company. I mean, I'll give you a prime example. Everyone's heard of David Beckham, right? You must have.
Sounds familiar.
He's a really, really famous football player that used to play for Manchester United.
Yes. Okay. I'm aware of who it is then.
Right. And the manager, Alex Ferguson, wanted him to go to a football game. He wasn't going to be playing, but he wanted him there as moral support. And the player said, well, I can't turn up because my wife doesn't want me going and she wants me somewhere else. And since I'm not playing, I don't really care. Right? And what happened then was Beckham didn't turn up to the game. He didn't turn up.
Yep.
So what happened? We're talking about one of the biggest influential personalities in football. Ferguson turned around and said, bye-bye. No, he said, bye-bye. You're being sold in the summer. And off he went. No one's bigger than the company. No one is bigger than the company. No matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're, David Beckham or whatever. I'm hoping the analogy actually came through correctly, but no one is bigger than the company.
Yeah. Now, symbols, if you remember what I was saying before, there are redundancy positions since the APK acquisition. So sometime soon,
Remake.
I'm literally expecting ABK and Xbox to let some people go from redundancy positions. We don't know how many. We don't know who. We don't know if it's going to be somebody that we know or love that worked at the studios. But at the same time,
they failed. Did we lose power?
No, I'm here. Sorry.
That's all right.
Um, but yeah, we don't know exactly how many from ABK are going to get fired. We just know it's coming. But at the same time, we are looking to move forward and take it in stride and just move on. This is what we know.
But is it coming? I mean, they're
Well, there's going to be
replacing the
some
heads of
redundancy.
management, which they've already done. You know,
Bobby
Lulu is
Kotick is
gone,
out.
Bobby's gone, and all the positions that those heads of senior management held, obviously they are going to go. But
And both Lulu and Bobby left on their own terms too.
Yeah. But the others are going to go as well from senior management. But in terms of the developers, Microsoft, they're all going to stay. So in terms of like, and the senior management, I couldn't care about because that's obviously always going to change. They're always going to change hands when there's a merger. But the way that they've bought, the way that they've structured and bought Activision Blizzard, they're not doing anything to it in terms of the staff. So as far as the key positions for the developers are concerned, that's not changing. So even that doesn't count. It's just the senior management in like finance,
Exactly what Edward said. HR, finance, legal, management.
Yeah, that's what's basically going. So, in that regard, it doesn't really count. So even ABK isn't having thing. The biggest reorganization, as someone said here, Diablo, is 343 because they failed. Yeah. If Microsoft had launched with a Halo Infinite, it would have been different. Things would have ended up different. But with the way Halo showed itself off the first time, it became a meme. Although Craig was kind of cool. So, no, I don't agree with that point at all. I don't feel like Microsoft has laid off more staff in the parts that matter. Whereas Sony, who was supposedly doing so much better, selling 50 million units, having all of this financial success, are actually laying off their staff left, right, and center. It's not the same. They are in, for an onlooker, they are looking way worse at the moment. But like I said, I don't want any of them to go out of business, and I do want Sony to sort their shit out because competition is good. Without competition, both companies are screwed. I mean, us as gamers are screwed out. I mean, competition is what keeps games coming. Do you think that Microsoft would have, bothered with the level of quality that they're trying to push out now with games like Hellblade? Do you think they would have cared if Sony went out of business? No? Because at the end of the day, what's the alternative? They wouldn't have to try. And when Sony got complacent because they were so strong during the PS4 era, the quality started to go down. And we all saw this because they got complacent. They could coast. Sorry, not the PS4, the PS3 era. They got complacent.
Xbox 360, yeah.
They got so complacent because of the success of the PS2, they thought they could coast the PS3. And they learned the hard way that that doesn't work because competition proved that they had to get back on their game. And they turned it around at the end. And, credit to Sony for that. But the reality is they would not have done that if Xbox was in a weaker position. So competition is good. 100% Xbox equals Halo. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I own both. Of course, I don't want one going out. I mean, I always buy them because I feel like each console provides, a quality of gaming that the other, is different to the other. Sony doesn't like multiplayer games. I think we can all agree on this. They just don't.
I will say this, Alpha. If Sony doesn't stop their predatory habits, game prices rising, their PS Plus system rising, and development costs rising that they themselves have said are unsustainable, then they're going to find out real quick and in a hurry if they make the games any higher without giving any more value, that everybody's going to go to another system and they are going to struggle for the rest of this platform. for this generation. Now, I also don't want Sony to go anywhere. I love my Final Fantasy franchise. There are tons of games from Square Enix that are mostly PlayStation exclusives on PS4 and earlier. But in the terms of PS5 games, they don't have it. I got God of War Ragnarok. I got Armored Core 6. I got Horizon Forbidden West. Horizon Forbidden West I've beaten.
Burning Shores is good, by the way.
Yes, yes. Armored Core 6, I'm not much of a Souls fan, but I like the mix and matching of mechs. I got maybe a handful of missions in, and I need to go back to it. God of War, I was so mad at the game. Yes, yes, I know, Edward. Yeah, I know, I said it again. It is multi-plat. I was corrected earlier. I'm sorry. Where was I at? And I got the Final Fantasy Rebirth and Crisis Core games. Although Rebirth was PS. No, it was PS5. It's early PS5. But you see what I'm saying? I do have PlayStation games. I got so mad at God of War Ragnarok that I maybe got a third of the way into the game before I had to stop. Because not only was it repetitive, it wasn't interesting to me. It wasn't as interesting as the 2018. It was more of the same. Now I am going to go back to it probably this weekend at some point, because I want to see that free DLC they touted and see what it's all about. The roguelike mode that they added at the end of the game. But I want to be able to give it a fair decision. I just don't want to arbitrarily say it's bad or it's an overall bad game, because it's not. It's very stunningly visually appeasing. But the thing is, a good game does not mean that all it has is graphics. I play so many games that are tactics, so many games that are grand strategy. I play MOBAs, I play first person shooters, third person shooters. I'm not one for just playing, one type of game. But I'm sorry, everything in the PS5 this generation is literally nothing but the same game. They've had one PS5 game that is not the third person over the shoulder adventure game so far. I don't remember what it is now.
But Diablo, that's the point. Like, I've played so many. Like, look at Cocoon.
Yeah.
Cocoon is such a great game, and I highly recommend everyone to play it.
Yes.
It doesn't look fantastic, but it's an amazing game. Tunic is another one. Such a great game, and it's made by one person. Yeah, it won awards, accolades. So, graphics doesn't mean everything. And, Sony does go for those high production because it believes that's the only way it can make sales. And I think that's, a fault of their own. They fostered that generation.
Are you seeing the poll?
Let's go.
I don't know if that's a win or not.
You know what? Quantum Mirror sounds a lot better than Thing. All right, guys. I think we've achieved what we wanted to achieve today. Thanks a lot. Quantum Mirror it is.
Oh my god. Returnal, that's the one I was trying to think of. Yes. That's the one that is different out of the entirety of the PS5 generation. Because that is actually first person, not
Forspoken. That's the one that Susanna is thinking about.
Is it? One that was the roguelike for the whole game?
Forspoken was different. It was I mean, it was kind of like it wasn't over the shoulder. It was more free flowing, and I actually really like Forspoken, considering a lot of people don't. I think that's a really good game. But
I've seen. I think I looked up gameplay trailers for that one. I haven't played it myself
the
per
demo's
se, but
awful. Don't play the demo. The demo is
no, I haven't
horrendously
played
bad.
that one.
But the actual game, they improved it, a billionfold.
Okay. And I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying it's a good game. I'm just saying I myself personally have not played it. But it is the only game, good or bad, that has released for the PS5 generation that is not the same. Because even Returnal is a third person over the shoulder. I was playing Ratchet and Clank until Baldur's Gate pulled me away. Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing game.
Yeah, Sapphire Forspoken was such a good game. It was up there
Which
as one of my favorite games. Forspoken.
Doesn't chat want to watch what Golem is like. Devastator, you can quit trolling. Oh my god.
Hey, look, you're gonna get me to play Quantum Mirror now. See what you've done. See what you've done. Anyway, it is like 3:15 a.m., so I'm gonna try and go and get some sleep. But I do thank everyone for turning up. It looks like Quantum Error has won, and the publics have spoken. Thank God it was a golem. Thank God it was a golem. I was about to cry.
Come on, do we have one more vote before we end?
Thank you,
Come
chat.
on for Golem.
Thank you, chat. But thanks everyone
right.
for hanging out tonight. It's been absolutely amazing. We've had a lot of fun, lots of good discussions, and I hope you had some fun value out of these discussions. I will see you all again for more discussions next week on Tuesday. We will be doing the stream on we will be live streaming the actual event, and tomorrow I do want to go live with some Prince of Persia. But since it's at 50-50, it means I can't play anything. So that works for me as well, and then we'll reset the poll. Have a good night.
We'll do the poll again next stream, probably before the live stream event. Have a nice one, chat. See you next time.
I'll give it. Someone vote Quantum Error. That's all it needs. Someone just needs to vote Quantum Error. That's what you need to vote. That's what you need to vote.
Well, thank you, Alpha. I'm nobody special. I'm just a guy that's everywhere.
But before we leave, Power, do you want to just let them know where they can find you?
Absolutely. You can find me on Twitch, PowerBoss123. This is my YouTube, PowerBoss. I'm pretty much the only one there. You can find me on Twitter, PowerBoss1983. So, if you want to find me in any one of those places, I'll drop all three names in the chat here in a moment. I do gameplay reviews. I don't do reviews really, but I'll do, let's plays. I will show you Minecraft, modded Minecraft, play some League of Legends, Magic the Gathering Arena, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duels, anything that's on Game Pass, I have no problem putting up. I do Pokemon Nuzlocke, and if there's a game that I have, like 7 Days to Die, or even an indie game like Vampire Survivors, by all means, come in, hang out. I don't stream often. I'm usually with other people like Chaos here. I just enjoy being everywhere more than streaming myself. Yes, I can stream. I stream only on Twitch, but I do upload everything afterwards back to YouTube afterwards. So if you miss my live streams, they do get uploaded to YouTube immediately after. So thank you all for coming out. You're all blessed. Discussions abound.
Thank you for that. And yeah, like I said, tomorrow I'll be around for some Prince of Persia streaming. I'll probably do it over here because it makes more sense. So hopefully I'll see a bunch of you there so you can check out the game as well. Since Ubisoft has given me permission to stream it. So hopefully we'll maybe do the poll again since it did fail. Right. That's it. I'm out. Have a good night and remain legend. For now, I can rest without any worry that I'm about to be murdered by Golem. Have a good night, folks.
Kong must die.
Forever. Peace out, folks.